Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Digital Business and Technology Management 2023 and the International Conference on Advancement in Data Science, E-Learning, and Information System 2023. It is a great honor for me, Zafran, and my partner, Selin, to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you in this distinguished event.
Right. Before we begin our spectacular event today, let us thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who had brought us to the path of the light from the darkness in this life.
To the Honorable Rector of University of Mataram, Professor Insinyur Bambang Harikusumo, MAgr, ST, PhD, which would be represented by Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation in Information System, Professor Akmaluddin, ST, MSc, PhD.
The Honorable Rector of Telkom University, Professor Dr. Adiwijaya, SSE, MSE.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering, University of Mataram, Muhammad Syamsu Iqbal, STMT, PhD.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Industrial Engineering, Telkom University, Dr. Irfan Darmawan, MT.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Telkom University, Dr. Ratri Wahyuning Tias, STMM.
And to all the participants who had joined us today.
Before we go much further, let us elaborate the events for today. The first is opening, singing the national anthem, singing the march of Telkom University, a traditional dance performance by the Warung Seni, welcoming speech and report from Icondbtm's chairwoman and Icadeis chairman, an opening speech by the rector of Telkom University and the rector of University of Mataram, followed by MOA signing and group photo.
And then we'll be entering the panel session. For keynote speaker 1, we have Professor Dr. Insinyur MFWHA Marhin Jensen. For keynote speaker 2, we have Professor Minu Kurana. Keynote speaker 3, Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Syahir Liu, followed by the first session of question and answer. And then there's also a handing souvenir for the keynote speakers. And then also introduction of Telkom University School of Industrial Engineering and School of Economic and Business, and Cybernetics University and University of Mataram Faculty of Engineering. And then we have keynote speaker 4, Dr. Syahrina MD Nordin. Keynote speaker 5, Dr. Insinyur Zainal Arifin. Finally, Q&A session. And then handing souvenir for keynote speakers.
And then we'll be entering the parallel session, which includes Best Paper Announcement from Icondbtm and Best Presenter Announcement from Icadeis. And then we'll be closing it with closing conference by Dean of School of Industrial Engineering and Dean of School of Economics and Business. Before we start our event for today, let's recite Basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda for today, we'll be singing the national anthem and followed by singing the march of Telkom University. To all the participants, please stand up.
Di sana aku berdiri, jadi Telkom University, sinergi bangun negeri, maju dalam ilmu pengetahuan. Satukan tekad bersama, padukan langkah, bawa bangsa menuju garis depan. Raih cita raju asa, sing-singkan lengan, tingkatkan inovasi, unggulan berprestasi. Semua demi keluhuran bangsa, masyarakat adil makmur sejahtera. Laksanakan pendidikan dengan semangat pengabdian, ciptakan kehidupan gemilang. Telkom University, kebanggaan pertiwi, maju dengan karya, berperan bagi bangsa, bagi Indonesia, bagi dunia. Telkom University, sinergi bangun negeri, maju dalam ilmu pengetahuan. Satukan tekad bersama, padukan langkah, bawa bangsa menuju garis depan. Raih cita raju asa, sing-singkan lengan, tingkatkan inovasi, unggulan berprestasi. Semua demi keluhuran bangsa, masyarakat adil makmur sejahtera. Laksanakan pendidikan dengan semangat pengabdian, ciptakan kehidupan gemilang. Telkom University, kebanggaan pertiwi, maju dengan karya, berperan bagi bangsa, bagi Indonesia, bagi dunia.
The excellence and our distinguished guests. Next, there will be an opening entertainment that will be delivered by the talented members of Warung Seni. They will present a traditional dance from West Nusa Tenggara called Tari Sesukan.
Well, Tari Sesukan is a traditional dance from the Sasak region of Lombok, where the dance tells a story about a village girls joyfully welcoming an important guest or an honored visitor. They carry and drape the traditional woven Sasak Lombok shawl as a symbol of respect, friendship, and brotherhood. To Warung Seni, the stage is yours.
Our next session is a welcome speech and report by the chairwoman of Icondbtm, Dr. Maria Apsari Sugiat, SAMM, and the chairman of Icadeis, Mr. Deden Witarsyah Jacob, PhD. To the honored mention, you're welcome to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Professor Marin Jansen from TU Delft, Netherlands. The Honorable Professor Menu Kurana from Chitkara University. The Honorable Professor Muhammad Sariru from University Technology Petronas. The Honorable Dr. Sahrina Muhammad Nurdin from UTP. The Honorable Dr. Zainal from University Institute Technology PLN. Okay, from University of Mataram, good morning and welcome Professor Dr. Akmaluddin STM, the Dean of Faculty of Technique, Muhammad Samsu Iqbal PhD, the Vice Dean from Faculty of Technique, Agustono Setiawan MST, the Dean from Faculty of Technique, Bapak Agustono Setiawan, and also the Dean from Faculty of Technique, Professor Sugiman. Okay, from Telkom University, the Honorable Professor Adi Wijaya, the Lecturer and Counselor of Telkom University, the Honorable Dr. Dadan Rahadian, Dr. Henry Kristiadi, Dr. Dida Damayanti, Dr. Rina Pujastuti, okay, and also the Dean of Faculty of Economy and Business, Dr. Ratri Wahyuning Tias, the Dean of Faculty of Industrial Engineering, Dr. Irfan Darmawan, and also to all 5 Dean from other faculty in Telkom University, all Head of Study Program and Research and Faculty of Economic and also in Telkom University, all expert group leader in Telkom University, our fellow lecturer, our beloved student, and all the presenter and also all the participant. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, let us pray and pay gratitude to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala because of His blessing we can attend this event in a good and healthy condition. So on behalf of International Conference on Digital Business and Technology Management 2023, and also International Conference on Advanced in Data Science, E-Learning, and also Information System, Icadeis, it's our utmost pleasure to extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to all of you in this remarkable event. So we delegate together here for the participate engagement discussion, insightful session, and also fruitful collaboration over the coming days. So for the Icondbtm, this is the first international conference held by the Faculty of Economic and Business, and together also with IEEE Explorer. And the committee reported we have 94 authors submit the papers, and 34 paper will be present for research today. And we are very happy to announce this proceeding conference will be published by IEEE Explorer and submitted for Scopus indexing process. How about from Icadeis?
Yeah. Icadeis 2023 is PEP's year, and we conducted in Lombok. Thank you very much for local organizer, Mataram University. Last year we already conducted in Istanbul with our partner, Isantase University. Maybe next year Icadeis, 6 Icadeis, and maybe in Japan. We hope all participants from Aperti, from Lombok also can join with us, inshallah. And this year we have more than 100 papers from around the world: Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, India, and also Portugal, include the Netherlands, of course, and then so many from paper from Africa. I think we have to follow the regulation and requirement from IEEE about distributor of author. We have to, fulfill and recommend. And again, thanks for the Prof. Adi and all vice rector from Telkom University, and also our beloved partner from Mataram University, Prof. Pase, and also Prof. Iqbal. Thank you very much, and hope you can also collaboration. Also, of course, Chitkara University. Thank you very much. And next.
Yeah, for Icondbtm, we are proud to announce that we have participants from 14 countries. So we have Australia, we have Austria, Germany, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Netherlands, Portugal, New Zealand, also South Korea, Sweden, Turkey, United States of America, and also United Arab Emirates. So for today main conference session, we're gonna have 5 keynote speaker. So we are thank you for coming here to the session for Professor Marin, Professor Menu, Professor Sahrin, Dr. Sahridan, and also Dr. Zainal. So we also thank you to all the parties. We also thank you to all university partner, to University of Houston, Clear Lake, USA, Chitkara University, India, TU Delft, Netherlands, Institut Teknologi Petronas, MMU Malaysia, Institut Teknologi PLN, and also for Aperti BUMN and GLU. And thank you also to all Icondbtm and Icadeis 2023 committee. So hopefully this conference will be beneficial for all the participants, and in the long term can be useful to creating program that benefit in the wider community. So please enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What a wonderful speech by the chairwoman of Icondbtm and the chairman of Icadeis.
Now, let's move on to our next agenda, the welcoming speech by Director of Telkom University and Chairman of Aperti BUMN, also Director University of Mataram, and will be followed by MOA signing to Professor Dr. Adi Wijaya, SSE, MSE. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Very good morning to everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let praise and gratitude to Almighty God because of His blessing we can attend here in the healthy condition. And then it's my great pleasure to welcome to all of you to this conference, Icadeis and Icondbtm 2023. This conference collaboration Telkom University with Mataram University, and then supported by Aperti BUMN and GLU. Aperti BUMN is Alliance of Higher Education under state-owned enterprise in Indonesia. The members, namely Telkom University, Universitas Pertamina, and Universitas Internasional Semen Indonesia, Universitas Logistik Bisnis Internasional, Politeknik Semen, and then Institut Teknologi Telkom Surabaya and Institut Teknologi Telkom Purwokerto. And also from GLU, there are 4 universities, multimedia universities, University Teknologi Petronas, Universitas Tenaga Malaysia, and then the last one, UNIKL, University Kuala Lumpur. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. This conference, I think, from the report of chairwoman and chairman, will be success. Icadeis and Icondbtm. And then this year, I think it's hybrid format, right? Hybrid format. There is on-site here, and then we online via Zoom and YouTube. Okay. And then to make this conference success, thank you very much for all keynote speakers already here. Professor Marin from Delft University of Technology. Thank you for welcome. And then nice to meet you again. I think the last one in Bali, in Jogja, right? Okay. Thank you also for Professor Minu Kurana from Chitkara University. Welcome to Lombok. And then also my colleague from UTP, Professor Dr. Muhammad Sahir Liu. Thank you very much for coming, Professor. And then Professor Asis Chandra from University of Houston, Clear Lake, USA. And then Associate Professor Khairil Imran from Multimedia University. And then Dr. Sandir Sharma, also from Chitkara Business School. And then Dr. Sahrina from UTP, thank you for coming. And then Dr. Dian Indiati from Telkom University. And the last one is Dr. Zainal Arifin from Institut Teknologi PLN. Hopefully this conference can give a significant impact for near and the long-term research development. And the beneficial, I think, it's not only for all participants, but also for the world, for universal. And then the last but not least, I would like to thank for Ibu Mia, Pak Deden, and UNRAM, here represented Prof. Bambang, Vice Rector of UNRAM, Professor Akmaluddin. Thank you for coming, and thank you for collaboration. Inshallah, more collaboration we can make in research and innovation also. And then for Pak Irfan and Bu Ratri, thank you very much. Surely for all committees, Icadeis and Icondbtm, Pak Iqbal for UNRAM, Pak Pasek, thank you so much for organize this conference very well. May this conference succeed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What a great speech by the Rector of Telkom University. And now for our next welcoming speech, I present to you the Rector of University of Mataram, Professor Insinyur Bambang Hari Kusumo, MAgR ST PhD, which would be represented by Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, and Information Systems, Professor Akmaluddin STM SC PhD. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. The Honorable Rector of Telkom University, Professor Dr. Adi Wijaya, Vice Rectors of Telkom University, the Honorable Deans of Faculty of Engineering and Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Telkom University, the Deans of Engineering Faculty, the University of Mataram, Chairman of IEEE Indonesian Chapter, Chairwoman Icondbtm and Chairman of Icadeis 2023, our distinguished guests, esteemed keynote speakers, participants, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's thank Almighty God who has given His blessing and mercy so we can gather today in this fabulous place with good health, good condition, without any obstacles. Salawat and salam, praise and salutation to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who has passed down the Quran as guidance for human being living in this earth. May Allah guide us to the right path to follow His messenger's guidance. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Secondly, on behalf of Rector Universitas Mataram, I'd like to welcome you all here. Welcome to Lombok, and I'd like to brief introduction about University of Mataram. University of Mataram was established in 1962, and now we have 9 faculties with about 34,000 student body and 1,300 something lecturers, and now we have about 88 professors. We are located in the city of, in the heart of Mataram city, and in the Lombok, West Nusa Tenggara, and actually West Nusa Tenggara province is consisted of 2 big islands, namely Lombok and Sumbawa. The population of this province about 6 million, but 2/3 of the population is living in Lombok. So Lombok is very high density than Sumbawa. Secondly, it is my great pleasure and honor to stand before you today for the Joint Conference on Digital Business and Technology Management, Icondbtm 2023, and the 5th International Conference on Advancement in Data Science, E-Learning and Information System 2023. After our first virtual meeting, if you remember me, right now it brings me immense joy to see all of you here face to face. We meet in person, so this is special about coming together physically, sharing smiles and feeling the genuine connection. As what I said through the virtual meeting previously, that this conference marks a significant milestone in our academic journey, where we merge the realm of digital business, technology management, the data science, e-learning, and information system. It is actually a collective commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and shaping the future of technology and education. Today, as we gather at the Holiday Resort Lombok, we are surrounded by the natural beauty of Lombok, a perfect place to exchange intellectual knowledge while enjoying the nature. Icondbtm 2023 and Icadeis 2023 have brought together expert scholars and visionaries from diverse fields, representing a global community of knowledge seekers. Your presence here today speaks volume about dedication to pursuit of excellence and your commitment to making a difference. To all of our esteemed presenters and researchers, your contributions are at the heart of this conference. The insight you share, your research to the present, and the discussion you engage in will pave the way for transformative solutions that will shape the future of our field. As we navigate the various sessions and workshops throughout this conference, I encourage you to immerse yourself fully in the rich intellectual discourse, challenging your perspectives and embracing new ideas. The spirit of collaboration and open-mindedness will be our guide as we explore the frontiers of digital business and technology management. But beyond the academic pursuits, let us not forget the importance of building relationship and fostering meaningful connection. This conference is not only an opportunity to exchange knowledge, but also a chance to form friendship that transcend borders and cultures. So I invite all of you to take advantage of the networking opportunities, engage in light-hearted conversation, and forge connection that will extend beyond these eventful days. In conclusion, let us embark on this extraordinary journey with a sense of excitement and curiosity. May this conference be an inspiring and memorable experience for each one of us, filled with knowledge sharing, enlightening discussion, and genuine connection. Thank you once again for being part of this special event. Let us make Icondbtm 2023 and Icadeis 2023 a milestone in our academic journey and a celebration of collaboration and innovation. All in all, congratulations and my appreciation to all of the committees for the successful preparation, and we hope that this event will run smoothly from the beginning to the end of this conference. So I declare the Joint Conference on Digital Business and Technology Management, Icondbtm 2023, and the 5th International Conference on Advancement in Data Science, E-Learning and Information System 2023, Icadeis, officially open. Let's recite Al-Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Last to say, God bless you and enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
By Mr. Vice Rector. Now, let's move on to the MOA signing and group photo by both university, to the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, University of Mataram, and Dean of Industrial Engineering, Telkom University, Muhammad Syamsu Iqbal, STMT, PhD, and Dr. Irfan Darmawan, MP. To both deans are welcomed in front of the stage. To the honored guests, please remain in front of the stage because we will take another photo. This time we'll switching direction towards the facing the stage so that all the participants can join the group photo. Thank you.
As both deans have finished signing the MOA, let's take some memorable group photo. To both rectors, dean of both universities, and keynote speakers, please join us to the front of the stage.
To all the honorable guests, rectors, dean, and keynote speakers, please give your best pose and your sweetest smile to the camera, and I'll count down from 3. If you guys are ready. To Mr. Andi. Oh yeah. All right. To all the honorable guests, please give your best pose and your sweetest smile to the camera, and I'll count down to 3. All right. So the camera ready? Oh, not yet. All right, facing the camera. I'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. Another one. 3, 2, 1. Let's try another pose. As I say, give your best pose as this will be remembered. All right. I'll count down again. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right. Thank you to all of the honorable guests. You are welcome to have a seat back. Thank you.
While we prepare the panel session, we will also be having a coffee break. So to all the participants, please feel free to go to the designated area to enjoy your refreshments. And in 15 minutes, we will begin the panel session.
Advanced and Creative Network Research Center, or Icadeis, is one of the research centers under the auspices of Telkom University.
Sebagai salah satu research center di Telkom University, Research Center Icadeis akan sepenuhnya mendukung rencana strategis dari Universitas Telkom dengan fokus pada area riset pengembangan teknologi Smart Precision Agriculture pada 3 tahun ke depan.
The Icadeis research team consists of researchers who are representative of various expert groups at Telkom University. The research carried out by Icadeis has a specificity, namely in the area of smart precision agriculture for the purpose of national food security. RC research achievement include obtaining management funds from the Ministry of Education and Culture, RISPO Invitational LPDP, Matching Fund Kedai Reka, BRIN Ministry of Research and Technology, Applied Research of Higher Education, Basic Research, and external research industry partnerships. Every year, Icadeis consistently conducts research so that it receives various funding both from internal and external sources of the university. Several partners who have worked with Icadeis
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation. This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers.
As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on e-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation.
With determination to create the solution of the national challenges, Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs. It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah bagian dari Universitas Telkom yang dimulai sejak tahun 1990 sebagai fase pertama dengan nama MBA Bandung. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis hadir untuk menjawab segenap tantangan yang muncul dari perkembangan teknologi digital dengan merumuskan konsep Education 4.0 yang akan menjawab tuntutan dari industri 4.0, mengeksploitasi teknologi digital, dan mendukung terciptanya collaborative learning serta lifelong learning. Saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu Program Studi S1 Manajemen Bisnis Telekomunikasi dan Informatika, yang kedua Program Studi S1 Akuntansi, dan yang ketiga adalah Program Studi S2 Magister Manajemen, yang semuanya telah memperoleh akreditasi A dari BAN PT, serta telah memperoleh akreditasi internasional. Visi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berstandar internasional pada tahun 2023 melalui penelitian dan pengembangan secara kreatif ekosistem kewirausahaan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital. Sedangkan misi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah yang pertama, menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital yang berstandar internasional. Yang kedua, melakukan kajian dan penelitian dalam rangka pengembangan dan penyebaran ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berbasis digital kepada masyarakat. Yang ketiga, memanfaatkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital bagi pelayanan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kolaborasi yang kreatif dan inovatif antara akademisi, pemerintah, industri, media, dan komunitas. Melalui tahapan dari mulai exploiting international research excellence hingga membangun ekosistem kewirausahaan, maka di tahun 2023 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis akan mengukuhkan diri sebagai Research and Entrepreneurial School of Economic and Business. Dengan tagline kami, Preparing the Digital Business Leaders, dengan tetap secara konsisten melaksanakan nilai-nilai FEB sekaligus Telkom University, yaitu harmoni, excellence, dan integrity.
Lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menerapkan pembelajaran campuran atau blended learning yang memungkinkan mahasiswa belajar selain melalui kehadiran fisik, tetapi juga melalui konten dan petunjuk yang disampaikan secara daring dengan kendali mandiri terhadap waktu, tempat, urutan, maupun kecepatan belajar. Untuk pembelajaran daring, baik yang bersifat sinkronus maupun asinkronus, diselenggarakan dengan pemanfaatan LMS yang dinamakan CELOE atau Center of E-Learning and Open Education. Manajemen administrasi perkuliahan serta akademik sudah sepenuhnya menggunakan sistem akademik terintegrasi yang dinamakan Icadeis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai universitas di dunia. Di antaranya yang telah menjadi partner adalah Wusong University, Hull University, dan Monash University. Kerjasama ini dilakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik di FEB melalui program exchange, summer school, dan joint degree bagi mahasiswa. Sebagai perwujudan program internasionalisasi, FEB memiliki kelas internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai negara. Mahasiswa asing tersebut berasal dari Thailand, Malaysia, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Timor Leste, Korea, dan negara lainnya. Di lingkungan Telkom University, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis termasuk ke dalam fakultas dengan jumlah peminat mahasiswa baru yang cukup tinggi. Namun, jumlah peminat yang tinggi ini juga selalu disesuaikan dengan kualitas intake, sehingga jumlah mahasiswa baru dapat dipertahankan sesuai dengan standar kualitas di FEB. Sampai dengan semester genap 2019-2020, jumlah mahasiswa aktif di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah sebesar 3.828 mahasiswa, dengan rincian prodi akuntansi sebanyak 1.292, program studi MBTI 2.322, dan program studi MM sebanyak 214 mahasiswa.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University memiliki 110 dosen yang terbagi pada 3 prodi, akuntansi, MBTI, dan Magister Manajemen. Banyak dosen yang memiliki prestasi di tingkat nasional ataupun internasional, baik sebagai peneliti maupun sebagai pembicara. Fasilitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, ada 2 kampus yang kita miliki, di Geger Kalong untuk program Magister dan di Dayakolot untuk MBTI dan akuntansi. Seperti pada umumnya kampus, maka kita juga memiliki fasilitas ruang dosen, ruang kelas, ruang rapat, aula, baik di kampus Dayakolot maupun Geger Kalong. Sedangkan di kampus selatan, fasilitas yang tersedia adalah student lounge yang bisa dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, berdiskusi, mengerjakan tugas, ataupun pekerjaan kelompok lainnya. Selain itu, kita juga memiliki ruang creativity space yang digunakan mahasiswa dalam mengekspresikan bakat atau kemampuan mereka. Di kampus selatan, kita juga memiliki grid Entrepreneur Hub, yaitu sebuah ekosistem pengembangan wirausahawan baru di lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University yang selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Mahasiswa kita termasuk aktif mengikuti lomba-lomba baik yang bersifat akademik maupun non-akademik, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional.
Now we are entering the panel session. For the first half of our panel session will be brought by three keynote speakers. They are Professor Marin Jensen, Professor Minu Purana, and Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Syahir Liu. Before we begin, allow me to introduce a brief CV of our moderator for today's panel session. She is Alila Pramianti, PhD. Alila Pramianti, PhD, is an associate professor in the School of Communication and Business at Telkom University. Researcher, speaker, and founder of the Digital Media and Communication Research Center. She is also the head of the Humanities and Media Studies Research Group. Her expertise is in digital media in everyday life, digital culture, gender-based violence, and feminist media studies. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, let's welcome our moderator, Alila Pramianti, PhD.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alila Pramianti. I'm from School of Communication and Business, Telkom University. Today we have three distinguished keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Marin Jensen. Please come forward, sir. Have a seat. Yeah. Okay. And the second speaker is Professor Minu Purana. Please come forward, ma'am. Be careful. And the third speaker is Professor Muhammad Syahir Liu. Please come forward, sir. It's up to you. Thank you. Hello all. How are you today? Professor Marin, good? No jet lag anymore? Still jet lag? No? It's good? Perfect. Have enjoyed the conference of Lombok this far? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe all of you have interesting presentation. So let's begin the first panel sessions. The first speaker is Professor Marin Jensen. He is an esteemed scholar in information system and public administrations. He is head of Information and Communication Technology Department at Faculty of Technology, Policy and Management, Delft University of Technology, Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Marians. The time is yours.
Thank you very much for having me here in this beautiful place. We just arrived yesterday evening, but you can already see the beautiful sea. And when we come from the airport, you can also see the beautiful city over here. And also thank you for organizing the conference over here. I looked at the program and it looks really exciting, all the elements that are part of it. So I'm also looking forward to the afternoon session and also to the other keynote lectures. What I want to talk about is, and that's a little bit also my background, I always take a look at the technology, and there are all kinds of technology developments. And I always say I love to look at new technologies, the hype that are part of it. And currently we have a lot of artificial intelligence developments. From the other hand, I'm also look at the organization and the governance aspects, and I try to combine them a little bit. By education, I'm an engineer, like some of you also over here. And as engineer, you want to be prescriptive, you want to design, you want to have the new situations in it. And the technology provides such huge opportunities. But as you might know, AI is also very difficult to use, and it often fails also. And why? Because we often don't know what we're talking about, what we are heading for. So that's why I also call it governing the unknown, because we are not knowing what to govern and what to look for. When we go to the next slide, and then something appears over here. Yes, thank you very much. From what is happening over here is we have all kinds of developments. 5G nowadays, low latency, we have all the data available. We're collecting all the data together. And once we collect the data, we can make also use of it. What we often do is making sense of the data, and also we process it anywhere. So we process it in the edge to be fast. We process it at the main location for that, and we try to make all kinds of new situations about it. But I call it a scaring situation. And why it's so scaring? Data is everywhere, and data can be used, but data might not give the right picture, because it gives an impression about what's going on, but it might not be the right impression what is going on. So we have all kinds of situations, and that increases the complexity. Think about AI. Do you know nowadays where you use your AI in it? It might be in your smartphone. There's an AI chip in it. There might be all kinds of processing of the data already before to ensure that we can use it in a simple way. We make many use of AI. I was just at the Schiphol airport, and that's why I took the picture here at the beginning. They have the robots over there for that. They serve you. You just ask them a question and they will tell you from where to go to, or they will bring you the food or something like that. We have all kinds of applications like that, and the intelligence is everywhere. But what happens, we always think from it's more transparency, but it's less transparency, because we collect a lot of data. We don't know where it's coming from. We can use the data, but we even don't know if we are allowed to use the data, because they look at you moving around at the airport. Are they allowed? Is that a violation of your privacy over there? And we always think, well, more data, more AI, we can have more better judgment, more rational decisions, but often it's less rational decision. It's the other way around. That's why it's a little bit risky sometimes to think about it. So more data, we think it's making our life easier, but it's the other way around. We need more about the governance. We need more be able to manage the data. We need to know where it's about, and it results in much more fragmentations and risk about it. And then what we are doing with the data, well, we're using it for solving all kinds of very social complex problems. Problems we couldn't tackle in the past with the data, but nowadays we are able to make sense of it because we just put huge amount of data in it. We look about what could happen and then we start making decisions about it. In the past, when you look at the social security applications in the Netherlands, it was just based on simple rules, people did it. Nowadays, they look at the past data of the people, their behavior, and they try to make decisions about it. But who says it's correct? Those are such social complex situations that the data gives an impression, but we also know that the data might be wrong. And that's also challenging over there. I always take those examples from it about the data. That's the Google Flu trend. Do you know the Google Flu trend? This application, somebody knows it? Nobody knows the applications anymore because it failed. And why did it fail in the past? Is this better? Yeah. Okay. So why does nobody knows this application anymore? Well, that's quite simple because it didn't work anymore. We collected data in the past. Google collected the data about the flu and they could predict the flu. They could do it even better in the Netherlands than our health office could be. They were 3 days in advance. They know it, they could predict it. But what happens over here, once you know it, then other people also start using it and they start searching for the flu. And what happens when they start searching for the flu, Google would be thinking, oh, there's also the flu. But they just would try to visit their family or something like that. So the input data completely went wrong. The other example I always like to use is the husky versus the wolf experiment. When you try to recognize the difference between the huskies on the North Pole in the cold, and the wolves were in the forest, in the wood, you try to look at the differences. Well, you can have a high prediction about it. And when you really look at what they look at, the prediction is the snow, the background. AI just looks at the background and knows, oh, huskies are on the North Pole. If you have snow, the background is white, then it will be husky, else will it wolf. And what do we think the AI would be looking at? Well, we expect to look at the eyes, the ears, and those kinds of things, but it doesn't. It's very smart to look at things that are relevant for it, but might not, good predictors, but not tell you the correct things. And that's the same what happens with the social security example I just told you about it. From the AI is going to look at all kinds of data and all kinds of patterns, but that might not be right patterns. And that's where it's go wrong. This is a very famous example in the Netherlands about, it's called SIRI, System Risk Identification. And they try to look for fraud using the data. And what happens, they found a lot of fraud. And they start predicting that fraud will be conducted in areas that are poor, areas where the people didn't have the knowledge, areas where the people couldn't fill in all the things, and then they started also looking at the possible risk over there. But does it say anything about reality, why the people are making mistakes? It doesn't say anything about it, because the data just detects some kind of patterns, look at it and then say from, oh, this area is likely to have more fraud than other, and then everybody in that area becomes a suspect. They're going to check them. And that's also risky because most of the people are good in those areas. They don't try to conduct any fraud with that. But AI predicted in that way. They stop this. Even the United Nations, they ask questions about this. How can you do it? How can you put people guilty because they're living in a certain area and then start looking at it? So that's a little bit risk about it. And the main thing about why it's so risky is about we have all kinds of expectations about artificial intelligence. Because the original idea of AI was very simple. You want to replicate human knowledge. So like we see the things, like we look at the nose, the eyes of the people with that. But when you look at really what's happening with the AI, it's data-driven AI. They don't have any intelligence. Right? They just look at replicate what was in the past and then they try to make some predictions. So are they really intelligent? Well, they look intelligent because they can do some kind of things in it, but in fact they're not intelligent at all. And they might all kinds of connections to it, which can be very predictable, but might not be the case. And why can we do it now? Because we have huge amounts of data. We can create all kinds of relationships among the data, but that doesn't say that makes any sense of it. We talk about nowadays about generative AI, about large language models. And what do we forget about the large language models? Well, it comes from an area where it was large language and logic models. But there's no logic in it anymore. We just look at the data. We didn't include the logic in it, and that's why we have also a tendency to make wrong predictions, because we don't know the predictions anymore. The logic is not in it. Just the volume and the data is in it. And you can do all kinds of nice things with it. You can summarize it, policy text. You can generate your programming code, so you don't have to program anymore. I can ask the generative AI to write a report, and my students also use it. When I'm giving them an assignment, they will use for sure ChatGPT in their assignment to give an answer to my questions. They can also use it using their exams, and I don't mind that. Why don't I mind that? Because I ask them, if you use generative AI like ChatGPT, tell me how you use it, why you use it, and be critical about it, because many of the outcomes are not correct. Maybe 60-70% is correct, but 20-30% is wrong, because generative AI doesn't understand anything about what is really said between that. And that's why also you need to have governance on top of it. And there's another thing to it. The more people use generative AI and it's self-learning, it learns from it, but it also learns from the mistakes. And that means that the quality often goes down. Instead of that we increase the quality by learning, it goes down and the quality decreases over time. And that's problematic about it. So let's summarize it. Often we start those kind of things for the good. We want to have more rational decision making. We want to have faster decision making. We want to have more accurate decision making. But in fact, what we end up is a lot of bias, a lot of discrimination, a lot of false positives and false negatives for that. So we don't know anymore how to do it. And then we're talking a lot about AI, about trustworthy AI or fair AI, and all those parts are connected. We made a list over here: trustworthiness, explainability, transparency, accountability, fairness, diversity, non-discrimination, generalization, privacy, data provenance, security, safety, data quality. You already see? That's what we have to deal with. When we talk about AI, the data-driven AI nowadays, we have to deal with all those issues, which are immense, really immense. And if you start wrong, you end up wrong. Garbage in is garbage out. So there's also a need for taking a slightly different approach over there. First to put the logic in it, but also to start right with that. Know the risk. If you want to talk about governance of AI, then you have to know the risk. Then you have to know what can go wrong. My students, they know what can go wrong. When they make use of ChatGPT for their exams, they know what can go wrong. If they don't tell me, and I will find out that you use ChatGPT, they will not pass. Moreover, they will be suspended for a couple of years from the university. So they always will mention, because they know the risk, that they use ChatGPT, and they will also look critical at it. So that's one of the governance instruments. Very simple governance instrument. Tell, if you use generative AI, tell it, and also how you try to deal with the risk in it. Very simple. And you can do it also the same in a business context. The more you're using those kind of applications, the more governance mechanisms you need, and the more the predictive ones you can. And don't forget about this. You remembered statistics at secondary school probably. You have type 1 and type 2 mistakes. If you want to increase the accuracy of AI, it might be at the expense of the false negatives. That you make a predictions with that, but you're incorrect with that. So there's always a risk of the false positive and the false negatives with AI. Be aware of it. We have always to say, so as you have some statistics can be right, but most of the statistics can be wrong. It's the same over here. Don't assume that the model will be right. Assume that it will be wrong. And that's why you need also the governance on top of it. And I want to go back to the whole system, because often we think about AI is a very small part of it. But it's not about AI. It's about the data. It's about the use of the data. It's about the whole system. And then in the whole system, people start using all kinds of new technologies in it, new kinds of applications for that. It has the co-evolving aspects in it, emerging in it. So we don't know what to do. So it's very hard to design. As an engineer, I always love to design those kinds of situations, but it's really hard to design with that. And if you know it can go wrong, you need really to have governance on top of it, to ensure that you're dealing with it. And you want to define responsibilities. Did you think about it? You have an AI project. Who's responsible for the AI project? Who's accountable when it goes wrong? Can you leave an AI project to the ICT department? Or should it be the business department taking care of it? You need to balance it a little bit, but you need to have clear responsibilities for that. And this is a little bit what's happening from that. We make a mistake, and the other part of the organization try to improve it, try to avoid that it goes wrong with that. So what you see with the ship is sinking. The people who are in the right part, they look at it from, it's going well. The people who are doing the AI and the data and seeing all the problems with that, trying to solve them. But it's about the whole system. It's not about one part of the system. The whole system is the problematic for that. And that's why we need also the technology governance as part of it, because there's so many interdependencies between the collection of the data, the AI, the use of the data at the end, and also what do you really do in an automatic way and what do you will do in a manual way. Because I don't think my students will automatically ask ChatGPT to fill in their reports or the exams. They use ChatGPT, they look at it, they have their own human brains, and then they make a decision. So they don't use a fully automated process. And that's for a reason, to deal with the risk and to understand what are the interdependencies and how can they look at it. So we have to think about it moving forward. And I always like this kind of pictures, because when you have AI, the whole governance changes. Because in the traditional way, I give my students an exam. They will make it. Nowadays, I give them an exam. They use ChatGPT for the answering. They use to improve it, and I have to be aware of the whole process. Because if I'm not looking at the process, I can't assess their abilities anymore, their skills about it. I don't mind that you use all kinds of generative AI, but I do mind that they are critical. At the end, I want to know that they're critical. So the way we do our exams and we assess our students will also change. And I will look at different type of capabilities they have and different skills. They have to have a critical attitude. That's much more important. They have the ability and the knowledge to look what's wrong in the answers of generative AI. That becomes much more important. And the same in this figure, all the elements that are connected are creating new kinds of dependencies and new kinds of governance. And that's why you have to rethink about your decision-making processes. You have to rethink about the element, and you have to also rethink about the responsibilities. With my example of my students, it's clear. I'm the teacher. I'm responsible for the process to ensure that's going smoothly. But if you're in a company and you have many AI initiatives, many collections of data, you don't know who's responsible anymore. So you want to connect that together. So you have to look at the whole chain, the whole situation at hand, because there are all kinds of new technologies for collecting the data. You have all kinds of algorithms for processing them, all kinds of AI with that. They influence the environment. You learn from the environment with that. And it has a very high socio-technical complexity. Not only technical complexity is high, but also the social complexity and we use them often for very social complex problems, and they're not made for it. Technology is often not made for tackling social type of problems. They are used for tackling technical problems. If you use a social component, you have to go to the governance and define them with that. And at the end, you have to create a look at the public values that is created, and you need to have all kinds of oversights mechanism. I think I'm running out of time. Huh? Five minutes, so I will take 5 minutes to go a little bit into the oversight mechanism, into the governance over here. Do you know this situation? When you play with the balls with that, it's very complex. Nobody has an overview. Governing the unknown with that. This is happening. You collect all kinds of data. You don't know where it's coming from. You have all kinds of intelligence to it. You don't know where it will be used and by whom. And at the end, somebody is responsible for it. And who's responsible for this situation? It just emerged. Paths are developed with that. So we often don't know it. It has a high complexity with that. What happens if something goes wrong? Who takes the actions? Who's defined the actions? Well, that's governance. It's about what goes wrong, and it will go wrong. Who takes the actions? And who will ensure that the whole situation is secure? It's well known that for security, you need to have end-to-end security. If you collect the data from anywhere, if you have all kinds of processing, there will be no end-to-end security anymore. So you just focus on one of the elements for it. So what you need is at least to have an overview of the situation. At least you have to know something about data collecting till the use to it. You need to know something about the elements that are part of it. And you need to have some accountability. And what's accountability? Well, if you ask a question, somebody will say from, oh, I feel responsible and I can answer the question to it. So if you ask, how is my data processed using AI, they should be able to answer it. And that's also the problem with generative AI currently. Ask ChatGPT how they collected data. Will you get an answer to it? You will not get an answer to it because ChatGPT has no clue. It just collects all kinds of data in it. And that's why in Italy, you know, ChatGPT was forbidden due to the Privacy Act. Because ChatGPT also collects all kinds of privacy sensitive data, but you don't know it. So how can you govern this situation? Well, you have to start already with the data, which data you use. And if the people at the company ask me from, oh, what should I do? Well, start already at the basis, start already at defining which data you use. Because do you want to use ChatGPT, but you can also have your own instance, your own private instance of ChatGPT, which you learn with your data, and then you can manage the quality of the data. So governance and design are already interrelated, because if you do it properly at the start, you will end up with better and high quality, and you will avoid this kind of things. In social complex problems, there's always noise. And the book of Daniel Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winner for that. Well, it's very simple. There where there's judgment, he's saying there's noise. If you go to the GP, if you're ill or something like that, you go to another person, you will get another answer to it. The same with teachers. We give a grade, but another teacher can give another grade. It's judgment. We try to rationalize that, of course, with creating all kinds of rubrics in it, but there are differences in it. And the AI and the data doesn't understand that judgment, that type of things. So you still need to have those kind of mechanism in it with that. And when you look at the type of governance, you need to have different type of governance for it. It's not only about responsibilities, but it's also about having the right processes. If something is going wrong, you need to have a process that you can find what's going wrong. If you know that privacy might be a problem, you have to need a process that somebody can ask, where did you get the data from it? Is it privacy sensitive? That there's a process that you can detect where the data is coming from, and you also know that if the privacy was violated or not. You need those kinds of processes in it with that. And you also need, because it's a high complexity, to know who used it, who collected the data, for what purpose, and how did you collect the data, and how are you going to relate that? Those are the relational mechanisms, relational governance, because if you don't have an overview, you have no oversight anymore. So you need to have some kind of thing. So what you need to define with good governance is, first of all, your decision-making authorities. Who makes the decisions for what purpose? You need to have your processes and procedures. So when something is going wrong, you have processes, you have to escalate that. But also if questions are asked, you need to have your relationships, your formal, informal relationship. Communication is very important because you need to communicate. And the last one is often forgotten. You need to have risk assessment. We have seen that there are many risks in it. That's why we talk about trustworthiness, transparency, fairness, and those kind of things. If you don't know the risk, you can't govern it. So you need to also have the risk-based governance in it. So if you want to have a structure, this is typical kind of structure you need for AI. And for those who are more in the governance area, they might know those kinds of structures because we already had them in the past. We already have best practice for that, but we have a tendency to forget them when we're talking about AI. So we have all kinds of knowledge already out there. We have kind of theories, governance practices, and we tend to neglect them with AI with them. That's why it's so important to go back to it. And governance should cover the whole part from legislation to the technology. But if you don't have a proper design as an engineer, you know, if you don't have a proper design, you will not be able to govern it. And I think a lot of AI examples don't have a proper design in it. So we have to go back to the drawing table, to the blueprint, and ensure that if we use AI, we have a proper design, we collect the data in a good way, and then we can also build the governance on top of it. So don't go with the hype, I would say, but go with your rational way, look at the theories we already have, and try to include them. That's my main message over here. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Marins, for a great presentation. So can we trust ChatGPT or other AI, or how much you can trust it anymore? 1%? No?
I would never trust
Never
ChatGPT
Okay.
because ChatGPT is just making nonsense out of it. I would say if ChatGPT is correct, it's lucky because they have the correct data in it, and well, you know it. They can also, but we also tried in the past to look at my publications. One of my students did. He asked for my publications, and he generated all kinds of publications I've never written. So don't trust ChatGPT because it just generates nonsense with that. But the nonsense could be correct. Yeah, but you never know if it's correct.
I agree with you. Thank you so much. Next, we have our second speaker, Professor Minu Kurama. She is Vice Chancellor at Chitkara University, India. Her area of expertise are mobile ad hoc, wireless technology, network security, AI, machine learning, and many more. Today, she will explain about how 5G impacting the data-driven application. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Minu.
So, thank you, Telkom University, University of Mataram, to invite me over here at this beautiful place and to share my views, my expertise with you. I understand that we have delegates from business and from technology both. So these are the areas which are actually making a difference in the world. So when business and technology combines, we can do wonders. So don't go about the technicality of my topic, but just understand what if we don't see a 5G signals on our mobile? How do we react? And how do we react when we see, okay, the 5G is coming on our mobiles, we are all happy. Now it's a seamless connectivity, right? That is what we see. If we see it's 4G, we say, okay, we won't be getting speed. If it is a 5G, there would be a big smile on our faces. So data is very important nowadays. Let it be a business, let it be any other technology field, data is gold. And we are the ones who are generating data over here with various applications that we use, with various things. Let it be a simple Google Maps, let it be any other area. So this data is being utilized, for various reasons, for various predictions, and for various research areas in the field, different fields, in the field of medical, in the field of business, finance, and other areas. Okay? So just a very basic, I will not go into the technicalities much because we have people from other streams as well. 5G, how it is impacting the applications nowadays and why it is important. So, so we need to understand what is 5G over here. So we have been knowing it is 1G with analog devices, 2G, and then we came with the 3G with the mobile phones and all with GSM. Then we went to the 4G with the better services, in data connectivity. Then now it is 5G, and further we are moving to 6G and even 7G. But we have to stop somewhere and understand whether we are utilizing, all the potential of 5G or not. This is important. So 5G is not only about next generation in the mobile technology. It is not about a wireless standard. It is not about internet connectivity only, but it is much, much more than this. Now we need to understand how we can, have the potential of 5G. So what are the various technologies that are making 5G as a 5th generation? It's making changes. So when we talk of a little bit technical terms I'll use, when we ask about the frequency range, it is working in the gigahertz frequency, which is very, very high frequency. Now when I talk of very high frequency, that means the data speed will be high, the coverage may not be more, but yes, the internet connectivity, if you see, that would be very, very high speed connectivity. It is working in a small cells. Earlier, the people, when we were using mobile, when I travel, there used to be a lot of disconnection. I mean, we used to lose connectivity when we are moving from one area to another. Now, what 5G has done, 5G is catering to a small area, right? Not a bigger area for mobile communication. When we talk of small area, that means what? That means that we have a better connectivity in that area only, and we don't lose connectivity. So we talk of a small cells. Now, cell is a hexagonal type of an area that the antennas cover, the base stations cover. So we have a small cells which are working indoors, maybe in this room as well, or maybe outside outside this room. We talk of massive MIMO in 5G technology. Now, what is MIMO? It is multiple input, multiple output. When you see the Wi-Fi access points, everyone must have seen the Wi-Fi access points, Now, earlier there used to be only one antenna. Now we have got 2 antennas, 4 antennas, When we see the access point, any of the areas, any of the various, there are, antennas, multiple antennas coming up like this. More the number of antennas, more better the connection. Now, when I am talking of massive MIMO, that is kind of a technology which is having a multiple antennas on a patch of a array. So that means what? Maybe hundreds or maybe thousands of antennas on a single patch, just like a mobile device. This size of an gadget is having a multiple antennas installed into it, and each one is getting the signal. Each one is collecting the data. So that is making the connectivity very, very fast. So another major point is the beam forming to avoid interference. Now, what is beam forming? It is kind of a technology. The technical people might know. The people from electrical and electronics background might know what is beam forming to avoid interference. Now, when we do a lot of communication with the mobile, there are chances that there would be interference into that. Just to avoid that, we have a technology known as a beamforming, where a separate beam of our frequency range is given to a specific user. Now we are having a full duplex, which is doubling the capacity. You must have seen in the movies, a communication gadget where one person, speaks, hello, are you able to listen? Then, they cut the signal, and the second person, walkie-talkie systems, like you must have seen. The other person says, okay, yeah. It is a single-way communication. First, one person will communicate, and then another person will communicate. When it is a full duplex, like we do use in our mobiles, we can keep on listening and we can keep on speaking as well. So both things we can do in the communication. So that is kind of a full duplex. Basically, it is to double the capacity. We are listening as well as we are talking. So if we come to the real-time applications of this conference is being held in a hybrid mode. I think during the COVID time, most of us, took the classes, the sessions online, right? And it kind of generated a word of, the global working space. That means you can sit at your place and you can work, especially in a sector of information technology, IT and all. So it's a concept of global hiring has arisen. You don't need to have any office space. You sit at your place, your work will be assigned online. You will be judged online. You will be, assessed online, and your work will be, communicated online. So it's a kind of a global hiring that has involved with the help of 5G, because if there is no connectivity, no data, you cannot be hired by any of the global agencies. So it has really made a changes, especially the companies which are utilizing the data for analyzing things. Maybe consulting group like McKinsey and BCG, what they are doing. They are making the people sit at their places and say that, okay, we'll provide you all the details and data, you analyze it and give us the, your analysis report for that. So global hiring is one impact that 5G has made. And then there are a lot of opportunities in fintech area as well, in finance area, because everything is related to data and everything is online nowadays. And when we call up another application, which is edge computing, that means we are talking of cloud. You must have heard of, iCloud, Google Cloud. So every data or every information we try to store in cloud or in fog. Now, what is happening over there? It is fast, as well as we don't need to have our own drive or the hard disk or anything else to store the data, because it's a massive data. So we can use the cloud, options provided to us. But why it has been made possible, how it has been made possible, this is because we can access the data very fast. It is not like we need, a minute's time to access the data from the cloud. Immediately we can fetch our photographs from there. So that is how, 5G has changed the world. Then we go to intelligent vehicles, the vehicles communicating with each other. This is actually my area of research, the VANET communication, which we call as vehicular networks. So vehicles are communicating with each other. That means when we talk of, the autonomous vehicles without the drivers, so how do they communicate, right? They communicate if the speed is good. They can communicate, if they can convey the details, the data while moving on the road. So that is the impact of 5G. Then if we talk of, the AI, Professor has just now talked about the AI. Massive data is being generated. Now, we are talking of IoT, we are talking of smart devices, we are talking of machine learning. So the data is being generated, and unless until we have a technology to access that data, to analyze that data, to process that data, so we cannot do anything. So 5G is the one which is, making this possible. So we talk of the wearable medical devices, we talk of certain devices that are helpful, for any of diseases and all. So how they are being controlled, again with the 5G connectivity. And when we talk of metaverse, we are talking of virtual reality, augmented reality, right? So 5G comes into picture. So these are the real-time applications that 5G has. So when I talk of machine learning, that means huge data, a lot of data. And what are the applications? If we combine 5G, technology with the machine learning algorithms and all, what do we get? We get smart cities applications, we get, smart home applications, we talk of autonomous vehicles, we talk of AR, VR. So all these has been made possible because we have got the 5G. Now, this is a bit technical, but those who can understand and who are willing to work in this area, I'll quickly go through it. So when we talk of 5G, it is about new radio. That means we can have a multiple frequency range for various applications, for which we want to use the mobile connectivity. There is an orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. It is only for, the removing the interference of our This is not working. This is not working. Okay. This one is okay. Okay, fine, fine. So network slicing is basically how big you want your slice to be. Basically, in a simple layman terms, we can talk about this. So what does it mean? Based on the categorization of services, we can do that. But the only challenge is, how do we categorize this? How we quantify that? What are the technical requirements for our applications? It can be a lesser delay, it can be a larger throughput, it can be a very high capacity, but we should be able to quantify our requirements. Only then we can, get the benefits. So this is again very good area of research, that how network slicing can be utilized for various applications and all. So I'll just summarize quickly. It was not very technical, though it is my area, but still, to make everyone interesting into the area. So I have just cut shorted my thing. So the summary is that we have different standards for 5G as well as for VANETs. But how we have to evolve this, that is again a question, because we are not able to fully standardize the 5G technology as yet. So the proximity service can be used for the secure communication among any of the devices. The edge AI, which we are talking of, is to provide, the support to the low latency applications which require very, very less delay. And then network slicing is to cater to the requirements, not only of VANETs, but other requirements which have a different kind of, requirements depending upon the throughput capacity, depending upon the delay. And there are few challenges in implementing as well in this technology that we need to encash, because the areas are huge where the 5G can be applied. So I talked about a basic area, which is a VANET, which is my area, but there are other areas also in which 5G can be explored. But there is lot much to do in this area to explore the maximum benefit of 5G. So this is all about my presentation, through references where I could get these information. Yeah, so thank you all. If you have any questions, or if you are interested in taking up this field, so you are most welcome to ask any questions to me now or later on. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering what challenges in implementing 5G to support smart cities in developing country like Indonesia, based on your experience?
So when we talk of smart cities, there are a lot of technology changes that we need to do. It starts with IoT devices that needs to be connected. It has to be the vehicles that need to be connected, communicated, and especially when we talk of developing countries, we can start with the basic services, that how we can identify the challenges or the accidents on the roads, how we can identify the nearby ambulances or the medical support that can be provided to the people. So for this the information, the connectivity is important. For example, if I'm traveling and I need some help or some medical emergencies there, I should be able to trace some nearby vehicle or the ambulance that is traveling, or any hospital that is nearby or in my vicinity. So how it can be done, if we are able to connect all these things, or maybe a sensors or maybe a devices where they can communicate and tell that how far is the nearest medical service providers with me. So once it is done, it should be able to give the directions, or it should be able to communicate directly to those particular people, and conveying that this is the actual location of the person where I should send the medical support and all. Right, so this is what can be done, because the human life is very, very important. So first thing we can start with the medical services that can be made available with the help of 5G technology and all. That is one concept is greenway, green corridor for the vehicles as well that we follow, because in the areas where there are a lot of traffic jams and all, if you go to the major cities and all, there is a traffic jam. So in that area, it takes a lot of this time, to from one vehicle to move from one place to another. So what if, the traffic lights are controlled automatically once they, the sensors, senses that, okay, the ambulance is coming. So it should give the green signal to that so that it should be able to pass all the red lights, and that light should be turned green. So that is kind of the technology, usage that we can have for creating our smart cities, basically. And there are a lot of other applications which are comfort applications. This is one of the safety application for a human safety we can do.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Let's move to our last but not least keynote speaker, Professor Muhammad Zahir Liu. He is Deputy Vice Chancellor in Research, Innovation and Commercialization at University Technology Petronas Malaysia. He has innovated several technological advancements in the area of digital processing to monitor offshore facilities. He has authored more than 400 articles with over 3,000 citations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Zahir. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most gracious. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May Allah give you wisdom and peace this morning. I'm going to share with you digitalization. This is a topic that I love it very much, ladies and gentlemen. And pardon me for walking around because I got tired of sitting down for the whole morning. Thank you to the organizing committee for this opportunity to be in Lombok. This is my first time in Lombok, believe it or not, for being 63 years old. So this is my first time in Lombok, right? And I truly enjoy, I hope most conferences can be held in Lombok in the future. Okay, as the head for research, innovation and commercialization at University Technology Petronas, I have the opportunity to look at how digitalization actually works, connecting academics all the way to the industries. This is the most important part that I like to share with you. So that is why it's very peculiar, why my topic is talking about, is it operational excellence? Is it competitive edge? Or is it future positioning? These are the three things that we need to know when we are addressing our group of people, our stakeholders, and what digitalization meant to each one of you in your own mind, right? I'm sure by now it meant different thing to all of us and to me as well. Oops, excuse me. Right, when we started the first roadmap in our universities, when we transformed in a very big ways, right? We noted that the first thing that we have to do is actually align to the mega trend that is going around the world. You cannot fight the force of mega trend. You cannot say, I don't like China, I don't like United States of America, I don't like so and so, and then you say we refuse to work with them. It does not happen that way. This is the reality of the future where geopolitical differences are in shape. Now, if you take a look at this, the number has since changed, when we reflect that all the way back to 2030 again. Look at digital transformation. What I call it, the availability of those sort of fundings and those sort of works of the initiative related to digital transformation is running about 10 trillion. 10 trillion is a huge numbers, right? I couldn't fathom the amount of cash 10 trillion is all about. You put that inside this room, you probably don't have enough space to cover all of that. And when you look at that, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, these are the key players in the digitalization domain. When you look at that, it's interesting to note that actually digital transformation has actually been in the position where they are saturated. Right? You understand the word saturated because it means that for the opportunity for you to create new things, to do new things, to discover new system is going to be very remote. Right? So that's first part. Second thing, you take a look at all of this initiative. Offshore oil and gas has came back into the limelight. It used to be very small. It has grown up again because the world is not doing very well in terms of renewable energy as yet. So fossil fuel is going to continue at the rate that it's going to be doing. And if you look at Saudi Aramco, Exxon, Shell, all the way down to the Chinese company, the market cap is not enough yet. So there are a lot of players in that field. Same thing with renewable energy. It's not going to happen as fast as we thought it's going to be. And then smart cities. But the most peculiar part of all of this, if you look at the mega trend, they are all related to each other. And how are they related to one another? Digitalization. Like it or not, that is where the 5 domains that we are looking at, they have a components of digitalization. If you add the other 4 components as outside of digital transformation, you do not get numbers that is equivalent to the initiatives or the size of the market share. So that is one of the reasons, because it is still relevant to where we are today. Right. When you embrace digital transformation, this is a very scary word. A person who is 63 years old like myself, right, putting into a system of digital transformation. When I went to China recently, even the small vendors, they use apps. When I give her cash, she look at me with a dirty look. What's wrong with you? Right? Not just WeChat, there's a lot of application, Alibaba, Alipay, you know, and they don't use cash anymore. This is interesting, right? So I think there is a lot of divide among all the age group that we need to look at in terms of embracing digital transformation. Now, first thing I always tell people who are doing research in digital, when you reach TRL 4, when you're ready for pre-com, you do not have a pre-commercialization digitalization. Don't make that silly mistakes, ladies and gentlemen. You do that, you know, you will find that your digitalization, the initiative can never go to commercial scale. The minute you hit TRL 4, you're ready for commercialization, you jump to 8 straight away. This is the way the world works, right? And you improve from your digitalization as you move along. Yeah, you don't say, oh, let me try this, let me try that. You don't have that. Grab, they keep on updating all the time. You notice that? Your handphone keep on updating all the time. They can't say, I'm going to have a perfect version of Samsung. It never happens. Next thing you know, 3 days later, please update your handphone. So this is where the challenges is about when you embrace digital transformation. Take note, when you are doing a financial platform, for example, digital platform, it will just go straight into commercial scale. Yeah, when you're ready for that. So one thing you look at where the future corporate world is all about. I consider university of the future to be a corporate world. Right? University must not embrace the old values of being slow, like to think a lot, like to say a lot, like to talk a lot. Right? You have to put up with the world corporate by looking at how data is driven, how agile you are as a universities in doing digitalization, and then your customer-centric. Are you customer-centric? Most universities are not. Most universities say people don't understand them, instead of saying that they don't understand people, right? So you have to take note of this. And then the other one is enhances competitiveness. Without digitalization, you are not competitive. And that's a fact. Okay? So that's one I just want to share on that. Next one. As an enabler. Number one, it enhances efficiency and productivity. There's no question about it. Petronas makes a lot of money by using UTP to look at operational excellence alone. Right? We save, we cut costs. That's the easiest when you want to target a business, is to cut cost of operation. You have to remove as many manpower as you can. Manpower is very heavy loading on all the projects that you're working on. Second one, you have to accelerate innovation and adaptability. Right? How you adapt to that, and you find that consistently there are certain group of people in the university refuse to change. For some reason, they don't believe in digitalization. Okay? So this is where our forward thinking, our thinking cap needs to be in place to look at how do we transform ourselves. Next one, breaking barrier, talking about global reach and market expansion. And if you have to have the market share, ladies and gentlemen, please look at digitalization. It's not going to be for long. I have personally told our university research environment ecosystem by 2025, if you are not there, forget about competing with other people. There are too many players in the market. It is as it is now, right? But there are still plenty of opportunity to look at that. The other one is building resilience and business continuity. That is key to all digitalization exercise. Now, when you talk about how it is it, are you addressing operational excellence? Right, this is where you can cut costs. Most companies are doing this. This is the easiest. I call it the low-hanging fruits. Right? When you talk about that, automation and efficiency. Now, do you know that there'll be a lot of jobs that will be lost because of digitalization? Everybody is concerned about that. Right? The labor department has been engaging myself to look into that, but we are having difficulty to educate the people because you need to reskill them, right? You need to upskill them. You need to do a lot of things when you talk about cutting out on the labor market. Okay? So that is what I call automation and efficiency. And then you're talking about data-driven decision making, and it has proven to be one of the key drives that will remain in the forefront for many years to come. Next one, process optimization. This is one of the area where we look at, and actually the guy who is slow in doing decision making is ourselves, not the machine. Machine will never do that, right? Because we put in a lot of barriers in our processes. I think some of you know, we are from universities, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's not kid ourselves. Our processes are lengthy, and there are many control freaks in there. But when you talk about machine, you talk about automation, there's no control freaks in there. If you pass through the gate, you pass through, right? No such thing as, oh, I have to wait for 3 days. You send a memo to your boss. Your boss said, you come to him, can you approve it? He said, what's wrong with you? I need 5 days to do this. Oh my God, 5 days. You know, these are the sort of things that you have to look at when you're talking about operational excellence. The low-hanging fruits can be tackled immediately. Next one, competitive edge. If your business or your research depends on competitive edge, first thing you look at, customer-centric approach must be there. It has to be tailored towards what customer want in the digitalization exercise. And then you must have agile innovation, right? Your innovation must be agile. It can change through time. It can evolve. Right? I think you heard some of our key speakers here talking about AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, right? Virtual reality. I remember during in the peak height of COVID, our university taught people how to train technicians, yeah, by using virtual reality. You open up the components bits by bits and share that components with the new technician. They would understand how to do the work without actually attending to the machine itself or the job site. So those are the sort of thing we look at. And of course, next one is market reach and expansion. You must look at what sort of market reach and expansion you have. You know, if you go to China, it's a very controlled market, but they have, their IT system is very advanced, ladies and gentlemen, right? It looks like, you know, if you walk anywhere, I don't see very many police because CCTV camera is all over the place, right? You don't kid yourself about that. So they have cut down a lot of manpowers on that, rely on IT. So this is where digital is of concern. Future positioning, we are doing a lot of things. For example, in our organization for oil and gas Petronas, we are looking at predictive analytics. This is future positioning. In the past, ladies and gentlemen, you know your car, when you reach 5,000 kilometers, you do a service. But do you need to go through that rigority? I don't think the future is going to be like that. It has to be that machine should be able to tell you, it's time for you to do that. Not because 5,000 kilometers came up, right? And same thing when we talk about expensive machine operating at the plant. You must be able to predict when it's going to fail. And we have done this through predictive analytics. This is why I like, I think Professor Jensen was talking as well. He's an engineer, I'm an engineer as well. So we look at how the soft side and the hard side combine with each other. I have the IT team who can write algorithm, who can help us to do a lot of magical things. but at the end of the day, the black box still belongs to the engineer. So we need to engage people. So it is a multidisciplinary approach when we talk about future positioning on that. And then it must be technically driven market relevance. And the other one is about talent attraction. And future positioning is one of the key areas where a lot of people are not venturing into that, right? Elon Musk has done that. He's now on competitive edge, no longer on future positioning. Why? The Chinese market has catch up. So it's already gone down. So I think this is where digitalization is all about. And when you navigate digitalization challenges, these are a few things that you need to do. I think I don't want to repeat Professor Jensen, but just enough to say that you have talking about data overload. We have lots of data in the offshore platform, in the operation. One day, we generate 2 million data. But you know what oil and gas people do? We just keep it aside. Why? There's no reason to do anything about it. We're making money. As long as the oil is above $40 per barrel, hey guys, we have an early Christmas. So this is why data overload is one of the things you look at. Cybersecurity threats are another issues that we are looking at. And then change resistant. There are a lot of people who are very resistant to changing in terms of adapting technology in their life, in their research, right? And then integration complexity. Yes, I understand there are complexity when you talk about digitalization. It's not that easy. When I hatched the first blockchain technology in the halal industry in 2018, I received a very strong resistance from my IT group that says that it cannot be done. When I think about it, I say it can be done. I'm not an IT guy. That's a problem, right? But I say it can be done. When you look at the logic, it can be done. Today, President Marcos has just announced a few days ago that the halal blockchain hub, digital block hub, is going to be in Mindanao. And that's part and parcel of our university research with the Philippines government, right? So that is moving in a very big way. And then the other one is about fast-paced environment. When you navigate that, you have to look at how quickly things evolve. Okay, and you slowly starting to see like Grab. They don't have a bigger business now because people are not eating in as much. People are eating out. So the Grab driver are getting lesser and lesser, and the number of drivers are getting lesser and lesser as well. So those are what I meant by fast-paced environment that you have to adopt when you change on. Future solution, when you talk about digitalization, where the three components is, right? Operational excellence, competitive edge, future positioning, it involves AI and automation integration. All our projects today that involve digitalization, I have imposed a requirement. Must be an AI in that. That will be the next generation where we need to look at all our algorithm. Next one, robust cybersecurity measure must be there. Okay, and I think maybe all of you ladies and gentlemen should know the most agile of the most conservative company in Malaysia. You would have known this because most of you are Muslim. Tabung Haji, remember Tabung Haji in Malaysia? Heard about it? We are their digital consultants. They are such a conservative group, but they can change into digitalization. So that means that they are adapting to changes as well. And then you must look at change management strategies, how you look at digitalization, and how do you incorporate in all your research, right? Incorporate in all your academic program. Your students should be exposed to some sort of data analytics. Some have data science knowledge. So we embed that. Is it enough? I don't think it's enough, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at Apple, when they hire new people, the qualification, they no longer mention there is a need for bachelor degree in so and so. They don't do that. They say you must have competency in the following area. That's it. So whether you have degree or not, that's not important anymore. So things has changed, right? So this is what I term as a continuous learning program. So what to expect? When you unleash the power of tomorrow business landscape, you talk about AI and automation, you talk about agile and customer-centric culture, you talk about data-centric strategies. I don't want to go into the detail, but enough to say that these are things that you should be incorporating in your future business landscape. Now, our own experience, ladies and gentlemen, every single members in UTP, faculty members, must have a research domain. If you don't have, we ask you to find another universities that will just do teaching, not research. But because research is a very important part of our university, that leads us to number one in the country today, ahead of any other university in Malaysia in research. So the main part is we have, for IT, we have only 84 core members, 84 faculty members, like some of you, ladies and gentlemen, who are actually in IT area, digital area, and so on. And we are supported by 120 digital researchers. These are contract people who are helping the faculty members working on projects in the universities. And of course, from there, we have digital content developer, programmer, system tester, system designer. We talk about big data, cloud computing, and then cybersecurity, Internet of Things, and augmented reality. These are our team members. And what we do, actually, we help, as a first card in Petronas, we help them to save hundreds of millions of ringgit, right? In the operational excellence aspect, by piloting some of this project. You can see these are all offshore project, yeah? And my expertise in offshore. So you can see from here, we are actually incorporating, for example, how you predict corrosion, how you predict the repair work that needs to be done, the maintenance schedule that has to be come about. In the past, maintenance has always been time-based. You know time-based, right? 6 months, please go to the platform and check. You know how expensive the campaign is going to be? 3 million. But if you have IT, IoT, you have the digital twin, they will monitor the platform and it will tell you exactly, okay, when to go, when not to go, right? When there's a peculiarity, you know, offshore platform, because it's located in the ocean, there are a lot of funny things that happens. You can sleep in the middle of the night, there's a big bang, boom, a whale just passed through and hit your platform, right? So how do you determine if that platform is still, the integrity of the assets are still there? IT, ladies and gentlemen. And you don't need to send people out there. You have the algorithm, we do that, and we have done for all of this offshore platform in our university. So, very short, I just want to let you know, wait, before you clap, thank you. I know that. Maybe you're tired of listening to all the speeches, never mind. I just want to remind you of one thing, biggest, technology readiness level. When you do a research on digitalization, if you are ready to go to commercialization, do not even think about pre-com. Don't tell the industry partner you are doing pre-com. They don't understand that. Tell them that you have a product that can be commercialized. We work on it together. We will iron out any bugs related to that as we pilot the project and then we move on in terms of commercialization. That's exactly what we are doing today at Petronas, and I think we are also working with the industry in that regards. So that's the main message I want to get at, is how you bring that research to a different quantum. That's all I have, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sahir. It's a great presentation. Can I ask something from you? Yes. I'm just curious. Indonesia has many sub-ethnic or tribe who even they don't need or they don't want to use electricity. So how, in your opinion, how can we make them getting involved to the digital world today?
Do you have an easier question? But never mind. We know 2018, 50% of the world do not have access to Wi-Fi. Today, only about 30%, 25% don't have access to Wi-Fi. So it means that the takers rate has gone up drastically. Same thing with energy. The takers rate of energy is up to about 80, 90% almost. But when you talk about energy, it's a little bit different because the consistency of accessing the supply. You know, some country, you don't have electricity for many hours. They have electricity for 2 hours. So I think that one is very hard to quantify. But Wi-Fi is easy to quantify. And you're right. But I find it, the cultural divide is very important. I went to China for 1 month and I noticed that every single one of them are using apps, right? All the way from villages to the cities. to the old people and the young people. All they do is just playing with the gadgets, you know. I cannot get used to that, but anyway, that's what it is. It's about it being, we have to educate the masses on that, yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think all the participants online or on site already have a lot of questions, so I will open the Q&A sessions. Is there any question in conference room? Or I will check the online first. Okay, we have a question for Professor Maureen. The first one is, what are your suggestions for regulation in implementing of AI to decrease negative impacts that is not covering in existing regulation now? It's very long question.
So, when I understand the question correctly, the question is about how. Oh, it's over there.
It's over there.
Regulating and implementing of AI. Yeah, regulation is very important, and regulations are. I don't know how it is per the country, but there are a lot of regulations already out there. Huh? When you look at in Europe, you have the Data Governance Act, the AI Act is under development, you have the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR. So there are already a lot of regulations out there. And one of the regulations in the AI Act will say from don't do the high risk applications, but ensure that you do the one that are feasible for that. So they have different degrees of type of applications that will be regulated for that. But the problem with regulation is that you never can capture it all, because AI will come up with new kind of things, and regulation is always a little bit behind what we as engineers can do. And that makes us also sense, because we're always looking for putting the edges with our new designs and how to do it. So you need to balance it a little bit. And I would recommend not to look too much at regulations. Ensure that you're compliant with regulations, of course, but new regulations come up, but use your own conscious way of dealing with all kinds of AI. So if you know this is AI that will not be used for the good, but for the bad, don't use it for that. I also like the nice example of the halal example in the operational excellence for that. We know those kinds of applications are very important. Well, focus on those who provide a lot of value and you can make sense out of it, and don't focus on all kinds of things that you don't do it. It seems to be, and I'm feeling a little bit old sometimes when I'm saying those kinds of remarks, but we already have decades of automations. And 20 years ago, we also used AI. And when I did my master thesis, I looked at the neural network for automating credit risk rating. It's a long time ago, I can tell you, but neural networks are hot nowadays with the data driven. We had less data over there, but we ensured already at that time that we would use it for such a way that people would not be discriminated for that. We looked at the data. We were very careful about which data we picked. We looked at the learning using the neural network. We experimented also with it, with the effects, and it took us a long time for doing it now. We have those experience. What we nowadays do is, we take all kinds of data, put it in it, we have an application, and we put it in real life. The world is a sandbox. Instead of trying as a good engineer, when you want to build a bridge, you first ensure that the bridge is stable, it's solid, it can have the trucks on it and those kinds of things. That's, as an engineer, you do with the trucks. With AI, we forget about that. We just put it in the wild and everybody is using it without looking at that in the analogy to the bridge. The bridge can collapse. We don't want that as engineers, that the bridge would collapse. It's the same with AI. Look careful about when you design it, what are the applications, and look at the automation and design process. And I think it's the same with 5G also. 5G takes years to develop over here. There's a reason for that. You want to ensure that it works.
Thank you. And the second question, regarding algorithm in AI, is it possible to governance algorithms before implementing the public services in order to minimize negative impacts? If yes,
yes, that's a
can you?
that's a very good question. A very good question, and it will take me about 1 or 2 years to answer this question. But I can give you some clues about it. First of all, the basics. When you look at the governance, I mentioned it over here, somebody should be accountable for it. If you don't define the accountabilities in advance, nobody feels accountable and will ensure that it works. Secondly, do always a risk analysis. Look at what are the possible risks. We have whole checklists nowadays of risk. Use those checklists, look at what are the possible risks. The same as you build a bridge. You look also at what are the risks. Very heavy trucks or something like that, or a small earthquake happens over there, those kinds of things. We know that. Follow such a design process in it. And once you know the risk, you can also add the governance on top of it. If you know a risk is non-discrimination, you can do, whenever you make a decision, do a check if there's any discrimination behind it, if some of the groups are left out by the AI or something like that, or that they arrive at some kind of conclusion. You can do those kind of samples and experiments in it. That's all about the governance for that. Also, what's often forgotten, if something goes wrong, who can you contact? Well, there should be somebody to go to, a service desk, a help desk. It didn't work properly, or I get an email from the AI and it's not correct. Where can I complain? And how can I correct that? A very simple governance mechanism that's often forgotten. Why do we forgotten? In the area of big techs, we have the tendency that we can't make a phone call. In the past, 10 years ago, I would walk to my ICT department, I open the door and the people would be sitting over there. Now I want to go to the ICT department. I'm thinking, is there an email address to send to somebody somewhere hidden in the cloud? I don't know who it is, so no accountability already, because you don't know where it is. You don't know if there will be an answer. You don't know if it will be the right person. So all kinds of responsibilities are not defined and you can't contact them. Well, that makes it quite hard to learn from your mistakes. The problem often is that mistakes we always make. We are human beings. I don't know how with your exams, but most of the people make mistakes on the exams. At least my students make mistakes on the exam. That's not a problem. If you learn from it and the next time you try to improve it. It's the same way. You have to ensure that you have the feedback cycle, that the people can provide you feedback and learn from it. Those are some of the mechanisms that are very important. And the whole question, I think, is at least PhD research for, well, maybe 10, 20 PhD candidates.
Thank you so much. Yes, another question is for Professor. For regulation in implementing of 5G to decrease negative impacts that is not covering in existing regulation now.
Okay. When we talk of technology, it comes with its positive and negatives both, right? If we talk about regulations at the infancy stage of any technology, that means we are putting a full stop on its research perspectives. For the research perspective, for exploring more about technology, we don't talk about regulations per se. Once the technology, matures, then we come to the regulations by understanding that what can be the negative impact of that technology. So same as 5G, like we are adopting, we have been already using, the earlier generations, 3G, 4G and all. And we know the impact of electromagnetic waves, on the human health, on the health of, all the living beings, because it's EM waves. So now the major concern about this technology is by putting restriction on the power levels of the gadgets that we are using, the mobile, stations we are using. So we need to keep the power, into a limited range so that it doesn't harm any living being. That was major concern. For this, yes, it has been decided that we will be using a small cells for communication in 5G. So when we talk of the small cells, we don't need more power, for communication in a smaller area. Earlier, we used to put the base stations, the antennas at a larger distance because the cost of installation was more, cost of capital equipment was more. But now it was decided in 5G that we'll be using a small cells for communication so that you don't need to have more power, for this. And once it is working on a lesser power, definitely it would be good. It will not be impacting, the health of the living beings. So that was one of the major, thing that was started. But otherwise, except for power, there are not much regulations on the protocols and other techniques being used in the 5G because the concern was majorly on the health of the beings. That was the major concern. But otherwise, there are no specific regulations per se, we say in 5G.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the next question is for Professor Sahir. MSMEs have an important role in growing the ASEAN economy. The Indonesian Dr. Dian Indiati, Telkom University Minister of Finance, stated that MSMEs in the ASEAN region absorb 35 until 97% of the workforce and contribute 35 until 69% of GDP in each country. How is the Malaysian government encouraging the digitalization for MSMEs or digital economy, and how is it developing after the pandemic?
All right, good question. Every country has their own impetus in driving digitalization. As far as Malaysia is concerned, there are various initiatives provided by our government, mainly from the MITI and MIDA, depending upon if it's FDI, foreign investment to the country, FDI. And the other one is about our own people initiating the digitalization. To be quite frank, Malaysia typically has a pretty strong drive in those areas, but a lot of people in Malaysia are just not taking the benefit, the advantage from the available funding to promote digitalization. So we are more of I'm going to say this. Any Malaysian here, please don't be offended. But anyway, trying to say what I'm trying to get at is we are a society of copycats, right? Society of copycats. Even like fintech, we don't develop it ourselves. We just get somebody to develop it. So there are challenges. But in terms of initiative, we have that, and we have also the initiative to allow how this will contribute to the GDP of the country. So that's what we have at the moment. Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is there any more question for the audience in the conference room? Or on online? Or another one? Okay. I can read it. So I think this is for Professor Marins, I guess. Anxiety related to the development of AI also emerged along with the development of AI technology and became a challenge as well as giving rise to pros and cons. Based on your experiences, what things should be seriously worried of the development of this AI?
I'm not sure if I understand the question right. There's an AI chip in this. I'm not anxious about it at all. We use already AI for decades. Don't tell anybody, but they are in many systems over there. We just didn't use them on a large scale for them. So what is different right now is we are able to have a lot of data because we're collecting the data using the 5G and those kind of things for that. We're able to process them and you use the data for that. That's different and it can be at a massive scale. And the problem with that is, and I try to explain it, we are not able to govern those kinds of massive scale because data is everywhere. We take it from everywhere. AI is everywhere. We just take some kind of algorithm without really thinking about the impact and what's part of it. So we have very good examples of very useful AI that brings a lot of good things about it. I think when I arrived here at the airport, but I'm not sure if that's the case, but I had the feeling when I went down the stairs, there was a camera and they were measuring, I think, my temperature, and probably they're looking at face recognition. I'm not sure if that's the case. I think that's a good thing, because assume somebody has a fever or something like that, be careful about it, because other people might become ill. If somebody tries to do something wrong, hijacking a plane or something like that, you also want to prevent that. Those are things that are for the good, and AI can be very useful for that. Of course, you can also misuse it for that, but that's why you need also the governance to avoid it, that people can do it. For example, I don't know how the regulation is over here, but storage should be restricted. Once you measure the temperature, don't store it forever, that you know my temperature in 10 years from now when I arrived at Lombok. It's no use for that, and it might be misused in 10 years from now, those kind of things. So be careful about it. And the thing is that we often have a tendency to jump on the hype, but think about it, go beyond the hype. I think that beyond the hype is very important. There are many good and sound use of AI we can use. And I think also this afternoon in the program I saw some presentations about it, and I think, well, I really like those. I have to wait for the presentation, the applications and the type and how it will be used over there. So that's good. But always also when you do AI, think about the risk, think about the need for the governance, and do it in a sound way. I think that's the main message over there. And for each application, we have to go back to the roots and really think about it. And I think one of the main problems over there is that a lot of non-experts are involved in AI project, and they don't know the AI protocols because it's so easy. You can just use ChatGPT to generate an AI example from you. Say from, use this data, take a protocol and have an AI example. Like you can also use ChatGPT to hack somebody. You can also ask ChatGPT for those. That's what's happening. People without having any knowledge are coming in this area, but you need education. You need to really train the people. That's why conferences like this are also so important with all those topics over here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think because limited time, I have to close the Q&A sessions. But before I close the panel session, would you mind each of you gives a short closing statement? Maybe start from Professor Sahir.
Thank you. What I can say is keep on chasing on that digitalization activities that you are working on. And more than that, I guess try not to be oblivion to what is happening around the world today. We may think that we are ahead, but we are not really ahead. So take note of that. Thank you.
Professor New, please.
Yeah, so conferences are a nice platform to have a good collaboration and understand and explore the different research areas. At our own capacity, everyone is doing research in one of the other field. It may not be related to each other, but once we get together, we identify the problems, then we can find out the solution for our own ways. And this is where the conference helps to collaborate and give the substantial solution, by looking from every perspective, not only from technology, but from the user's perspective, from developers' perspective, and from technologist's perspective, everywhere. So we should utilize this time to, solve the problems today the society is facing, all these things. So that is where our concern should be, because here at this platform, we should collaborate, learn, understand the problems, and then, work as a team to come out with a good solution for that.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Last one, Professor.
And from the Engineering Systems and Services Department, from the Faculty of Technology, Policy and Management. And we always try to connect to the other engineering faculties, to computer science, to mechanical engineering, to civil engineering, and we add the social tech component in it. But it doesn't mean that we don't know the technology. You should know the technology. You should know also the social aspect, and you should be able to combine it. And I think we need to research in that area. We need methods, software, AI development methods. We need all kinds of principles. And each time the technology and the social aspects need to be integrated for that. And I think what I heard today, all three keynote speakers are doing that and are pleading for that.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We have finished the first panel sessions. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Marins, Professor Minu, and Professor Sahir for insightful and very inspiring presentation. Hopefully we can meet again next year. Have a good day and enjoy Lombok. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the keynote speakers for the amazing presentation. And thank you, Alila Pramyanti, PhD, for being an amazing moderator.
Well, the next agenda is handing the souvenir to keynote speakers. Please welcome to the stage Chairman of Icadeis, Mr. Deden Witarsyah Jacob, PhD, to hand the souvenir to the keynote speakers. And for the keynote speakers, please step in front of the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue our panel session. For this final half of our panel session today, will be brought by two keynote speakers. They are, the first one is Dr. Syahrina M.D. Nurdin. The second one is Dr. Insinyur Zainal Arifin. Before we begin, allow me to introduce a brief CV of our moderator for our final panel session. She is Mrs. Indira Rahmawati, ST MSM PhD. Mrs. Indira Rahmawati is a lecturer and associate professor who has taught at the Telecommunication and Informatics Business Management Study Program, Faculty of Economic and Business, Telkom University since 2009. She completed her Doctor of Philosophy PhD program from Graduate School of Business, University Sains, Malaysia. Her research interests include consumer behavior and experiences in the service industry, marketing services in the telecommunication industry, and branding strategies. Mrs. Indira is an active researcher who has published several articles published by international journals and preceding indexed by Scopus and nationally accredited by Dikti Sinta II. To Mrs. Indira Rahmawati, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for introducing me, Zafran and Celine. Okay, good day everybody. Hopefully everybody still enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, the invited speakers and participants, my name is Indira Rahmawati from Telkom University, and this is the wonderful time for me to become the moderator of panel session Icondbtm 2023. Now we have come to the second panel discussion. We have two panelists that already mentioned by the MC. The first is Dr. Syahrina Muhammad Nordin from University Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia. Please come forward. And then let's come to Dr. Zainal Arifin from Institut Teknologi PLN Indonesia. You can have a sit down, please, Dr. Syahrina and Dr. Zainal Arifin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I will read the CV first for our first panelist. Dr. Syahrina Muhammad Nordin ACM is an associate professor, technologist that accomplished academic and social innovator with over 20 years of experience in various capacities and positions at University Technology Petronas. She has held key roles such as the founding head of Center of Social Innovation, senior director of Project Management Office, head of Management and Humanities Department, and institute director of Self-Sustainable Building. Currently, she is the lead facilitator for Energy Transition Malaysian Alliance and an appointed associate fellow for Academy Science Malaysia. She is also a professional technologist under Malaysian Board for Technologies and an appointed member of the Board of Studies at University Malaysia Pahang. So now please welcome Dr. Syahrina to give the presentation entitled Digitalization for Future Sustainability, Environment Stewardship and Social Innovation. Please come forward to the stage.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please allow me to stand in front because I know that this panel is standing between you and your lunch. So, but I really hope that you guys will enjoy this session and will benefit from what we're going to share with you on the knowledge sharing. So, as per introduced by Madam Moderator, Ibu Moderator, so the title is Digitalization for Future Sustainability. Now, I am Syahrina, as mentioned by Ibu Moderator. I'm leading the Institute for Sustainability, and under which, of course, what we are passionate about is about sustainability of the PPP, planet, people, and also profit. So right, so let's move on. So ladies and gentlemen, if you were to look at this visual, it's enough to tell us that we are all sitting on a time bomb. Because if we keep on doing the things that we are doing today, business as usual, by the end of the day, due to the climate change, we are all going to face such very terrible disaster and consequence. Hence, sustainability is no longer an option, but it is really an imperative and needs to be treated in an urgent manner. Right, so having said that, yes, we are pressed with many issues and challenges. Let's begin by looking or revisiting those challenges before we go and deep dive into digitalization for future sustainability. So we know that, ladies and gentlemen, for future sustainability, we have, people who have very limited access to clean water. And that is real, because recently, even in Malaysia, in Sabah, for example, there are certain places where people have very limited access to clean water to the extent that we need to come up with technologies, and also some intervention program for the people. And this is not only in Malaysia, but it cuts across in many parts of the world to the extent that 1.1 billion people will be lacking access to the clean water. And of course, no need to say, our turtles, in the ocean, with regards to plastic waste, that is something that we also need to look at, and and also municipal waste, across the world. We need to look at a better way of how do we handle waste management, and I'm sure digitalization has a very important role to play as well. Now, and finally, if we were to look at the future climate, scientists predict that based on their predictive analysis, 1 out of 4 chance, the world is going to go to 3 degrees Celsius of global warming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is very dangerous and very scary as well, because right now we are below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Already we see a lot of natural disasters, catastrophes around the world. So imagine the world of 3 degrees Celsius of global warming, which the scientists say we are very much going to hit 3 degrees Celsius if we continue doing how we are doing today. 3 degrees Celsius, you imagine during that time, very hot, very, look at the water melting. You imagine you and I, we don't have to buy houses anymore, but we buy boats and also living in boats, yeah. And we don't have to buy to think about buying Mercedes or BMW, but we buy expensive boats maybe, yeah. But that's going to be the reality if we don't do anything about it, yeah. Right. So the importance of digitalization in sustainability, yeah, is I don't know what's wrong with the with the slide. Yeah, the font is a bit off. Yeah. So, if you were to look at the sustainability, I always say that the big picture of sustainability is always the PPP, yeah, profit, people, and also planet. So that's how we're going to discuss it today. Yeah, but when we talk about PPP, sustainability, it drives or it goes down to also ESG reporting, right? So ESG about environment, and society, and also governance. Now, we all know that SDG, ladies and gentlemen, we have 169 targets that we need to achieve by 2030. Where are we today? So that's the question, yeah? Right, so SDG 2022 report, yeah, this is a very sad reality that I'm sure that, if we put our heads together, from the economics and business faculty, yeah, Ibu Maria, and from the digitalization fraternity, if we can come up with solutioning for these particular problems and issues that we are facing, because report SDG 2022 says that we are slow in progressing towards embracing or realizing SDG 2030 goals, but yeah, we are 4 years of progress reversal. Can you imagine? We are playing a catch-up game, yeah, and we are 4 years behind time. And how are we going to do this? How are we going to put together our heads and accelerate our efforts together? Yeah. So and also that actually also gives rise to hunger across the globe, yeah? Soaring food price. Already we see today, yeah, the food is very expensive, right? So, imagine a few years down the road, our children, our grandchildren, yeah, the future generation. So that is also another thing that we're going to look at. Now, this is even made difficult because we have limited globally, yeah, even though we see uptrending, yeah, in terms of digital landscape, accessibility, but still there are pockets of people who do not have accessibility to internet and also to energy accessibility. So that would actually pose a problem to us. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to talk about two things. One is environmental stewardship, and another one is on social innovation. And these two are the components or elements of sustainability. Now, for energy transitioning, yeah, energy transition, as I said earlier, let's not underestimate its importance, because it is really imperative. Yeah? So we were to look at now energy transitioning from dependence on fossil fuel. Now, as I mentioned to you earlier just now, climate change is a real problem, and we really need to play a more active role, yeah, in mitigating the gaps in terms of climate change. Now, if you were to look at the transitioning, we are now currently, I was talking to Dr. Zainal just now, the transitioning has to be faster, yeah, towards the renewable energy, clean energy, and digitalization could really help the energy transitioning for the societies and for the planet. How? We're going to talk about it a little bit more later. Now, there are 6 strategies, yeah, energy transitioning that are being shared, yeah, and this is public domain. There are 6 strategies or action items that can help to expedite energy transitioning, and digitalization can definitely play a role in, number 1, key infrastructure. I'm going to explain a little bit more on that. And number 2, yeah, in terms of business model and technology innovation. Number 3, regulating, managing risk, and also promoting efficiencies, continuous performance. So these are the 4 areas that digitalization can actually help, yeah, in terms of energy transitioning. Now, as I mentioned earlier, digitalization business, as part of the title of this conference, digitalization business has a huge potential in accelerating. Now, we always say that, hey, digitalization is an enabler, yeah, but it plays a very important role without which we are not able to accelerate our efforts in energy transitioning. Now, for example, monitor and control the performance of renewable energy sources. We know that renewable energy sources are remote, in the remote area. So how do we actually bring those sources to transport it or transit it through the main through the main grid, for example. And also optimizing operation of the grid, yeah, or operating hybrid technologies. We all talk about hydrogen, it's a very good technology for transitioning, and we talk about wind. But can we actually have emergence of hybrid technologies for renewable energy to expedite on this, the issue of climate change, and to have less dependency on fossil fuel? So this is another area, that we probably would like to leverage on digitalization knowledge and expertise. And the fourth one, resource optimization, of course, save space, efficiency, and automation technologies, and also to develop new energy efficient technologies. So energy efficient, I'm sure AI, computer intelligence can actually help us to do this, to expedite on this energy transitioning. And it can be applied across, right from RE, storage, retail building, up to low carbon city, and later Dr. Zainal probably will touch on the whole value chain until from production until retail. Right, so this is just an example of how digitalization can actually help. Recently, we've been talking a lot about smart grid. So smart grid, our grid of the future, powering the future demands regionally. Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, and then maybe Singapore. We were talking about it just now. So smart grid has to imbue or embed computational intelligence and also digital technologies to have that interconnected powerhouse. So again, it's about integrating our resources, it's about distribution and consumption, reduction of costing, and again, it's about being flexible to the demand. Sometimes, you have high demand, so you lower the supply there. Increase the supply there. If you have lower, lower demand, then you decrease the supply there. So maybe intelligence can also help here. So there are a lot of opportunities and avenues for digitalization to come on board to help expedite in terms of energy transitioning. Right. So as mentioned by Madam Moderator just now, at UTP we are leading in Energy Transition Malaysian Alliance. So and together with Prof. Shahir, we are leading this particular alliance. So in this alliance, we discussed a lot about how do we actually accelerate energy transitioning. So these are coming from them, the council members. There are 4 areas that we can actually look at. For example, autonomous and robotic design, 3D printing, IoE, and also quantum computing. So these are the recently raised suggestions by the Energy Transition Council for the need of the digitalization and also computational intelligence. Right. So that's it about environmental stewardship, which is very important under sustainability. And another part is is about people, about society, and about communities. Because just now we were talking about planet, and also how it is connected and how we can actually expedite on the acceleration of energy and also renewable energy and green energy. But digital can also play a very important role with regards to societal development. Now, let me just give you a very brief definition. When it comes to social innovation, of course, it's broad. It's all about finding, solutioning to address the pain points and challenges faced by societies. But there is one niche area under social innovation, which is digital social innovation, DSI. And DSI trending in community development is definitely picking up in the trending in terms of not only the literature and whatnot, but also as part of the CSR project, for example, or community development project, for example. So if you were to look at the trending, DSI, as I mentioned earlier, is picking up. If you have social innovation at the center, then it's well connected to innovation on process, social world, and digital ecosystem. I'm going to give you some examples later as case studies on how to illustrate digital social innovation. Now, when it comes to Digital Social Innovation Index, there was a recent study that revealed these are the 4 main trending, I would say, areas in trending with regards to how we can help the societies. The first one is blockchain. Second is IoT, AI, and autonomous robots. So, just now we're talking about in the industry, but now we're talking about society. Yeah, and these four play very critical role and could play critical role in helping the community development. Okay, so for example, blockchain. Blockchain and the digitalization, it can actually lead to social transformation. So it has a very big impact. If only we can put our heads together and look at how we can implement this to reduce poverty, and also to look at how we can transform society. Yeah? So for example, halal blockchain and decarbonization blockchain, for example. Decarbonization blockchain, people have been talking about CO2, what do you call that? Carbon accounting, for example, to look at under the decarbonization blockchain. Now, that is something that we need to talk a little bit more about it, offline. Now, Internet of Things, for example, precision farming is nothing new, but still we need more of efficiency, effectiveness, and cost reduction. And artificial intelligence, just now the first session panel talk, a lot about AI, and we also need AI for the community's development, smart cities and agriculture, and autonomous robot, for example, solving world hunger, improving health. So these are the SDGs that can be supported by the 4 areas in digitalization that I mentioned just now. Right. So a little bit of case study. Let me just zoom in a little bit. For example, in Africa, using digitalization, they actually empower the African farmers. And this is something that we can learn, or even in Malaysia we can learn this. They actually empower smallholder farmers to leapfrog and harness new business models by sharing economy. So the farmers do not have to buy their machines or devices. They have an apps that can actually do some rental or leasing. So because we know that farmers, their income is not huge, many smallholder farmers would need this kind of support. So this is something that we can actually help the farmers with. And another one, this is interesting. I thought that when I saw this is very clever, where public, they actually use games to analyze cancer. This is the crowdsourcing using the crowdsourcing format, where scientists actually develop a game where it presents players with picture samples containing blood cells, cancer cells, and these children or the adults can play, and they can actually click which one thing matches the most, so they can actually look at the patterns, the patterns of the cancer patterns, so that they can come up with proper diagnostic solutioning. Right. Now, another grassroots digital social innovation. This was shared by Gramin Shakti. Gramin Shakti is one of the under Nobel laureate of Professor Yunus in Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, under Professor Yunus, they have what they call as they actually have peer-to-peer solar electricity trading. So we were talking about big picture of smart grid just now. Across the regions, across the countries, in the industry, but in Bangladesh, they actually help the communities to get this renewable energy or energy to actually supply electricity. And I thought this is a very clever one, because it's being shared amongst the villages through the smart grid. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, having said all these things, there are issues to still need to be addressed. We look at digital divide, for example, and also ethical and social implications, and also security of digital systems. So we still have to. So if you were to look at my presentation just now, in terms of the industry part, it's the high-end digitalization. But society, we need to bring it down to call it as grassroots social innovation. So at UTP, this is my last slide. At UTP, we believe in community development through social innovation. So we have established Center of Social Innovation, where the focus are zero waste, zero poverty, zero unemployment, and also we collaborate with Professor Yunus from Bangladesh. He's a Nobel laureate, and we actually learn a lot from him through grassroots social business and social innovation. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Dr. Syahrina. You can come to come to the sit down, please. Okay. Thank you for the inspiring presentation. I think it's very great here, Dr. Syahrina, because we know about the resilience, about the digitalization, digital society. It must be very important for us. Okay, next, let me read the CV from our second panelist. Dr. Zainal Arifin is an assistant professor at Power and Renewable Energy Graduate Program, Institute Technology PLN. PLN is State Electric Company. So, okay, and then he is recently also Executive Vice President of Renewable Energy of PLN. Previously, he was head of PLN Certification Center, Executive Vice President of Engineering and Technology, President Commissioner of PT Indo Tenaga Hijau, and he is the team leader of EV infrastructure development from 2016 until now, and smart grid implementation at PLN from 2017 until now. And he is a board member of Global Smart Energy Federation, the Indonesian Electrical Power Society, the Indonesian Renewable Energy Society, the Institution of Engineers Indonesia, and IEEE Indonesia chapter, and also Indonesia Strategic Management Society, ISMS. Okay, for Dr. Zainal Arifin, please come to the podium or the stage to give your presentation entitled Technology and Business Model for Accelerating Energy Transition. Okay.
Okay, I would like to share with you about technology and business model for accelerating energy transition. Maybe my presentation a little bit different because more practical. So I will like to give the material with the contact on energy industry and the case, especially Indonesia case. So if we talk about the energy, so we start with the basic question. What actually the main issue, the challenge issue of energy? I do believe that everyone here is need energy. You need electricity. So the energy should be available, sufficient, but not enough. So if you look, So the second thing, energy should be reliable. Our customer need electricity, for example, 24 hours without interruption. If there is interruption, not too long. If there is interruption, not too often. So energy should be reliable. And the other thing is energy should be affordable. Because if electricity price, for example, too expensive, is not good for our competitive advantage of our industry. And the last one, of course, should be sustainable. In case of Indonesia, this is the problem because our power, our electricity is still dominated by fossil, more than 60% coming from the coal-fired power plant. So we should provide energy reliable, affordable, and sustainable. This is the basic trilemma energy we have. And the next, instead of the basic trilemma right now, from the World Energy Forum in Davos in 2017, we have new issue, global issue, energy transition, driven by 3D, decarbonization, digitalization, and also the decentralization. So, what about decarbonization? The simple word, decarbonization create more and more renewable energy coming to our world. So, especially for variable renewable energy, wind energy, and also PV solar energy. You can look here that the growth is very significant growing, very jumping, very quick. In 2008, only 15 gigawatt of PV solar. Right now, more than 500 gigawatt. Very fast. And the second is wind energy. And the 2008 only 121, and right now more than 591 gigawatt. That's also happened in Indonesia. What the problem of renewable energy growing very fast? We have uncertainty and unbalance, because we can look here. There is a load profile, daily load profile coming from the wind turbine. Every day, the electricity produced from the wind turbine is different. So we have problem with the uncertainty. Our customer need 24 hours energy and continuously, but the wind and the solar is other case. We call it the energy coming when not needed, yeah. And the day, the energy coming from the any resources, but during night, the solar PV not coming. This is the problem, not balance between supply and demand. The impact of this uncertainty and balance affect to the energy market price. The best case is California ISO. The overcapacity coming from the VRE create a negative price to the market. During the negative price, customer no need to pay the electricity. Even you will have payment from the utility to use the electricity. This is the problem. And the next, digitalization, I think there is a topic already explained by so many previous speakers. Basically, I would like to share about the role of digitalization. Why we going to digital? Actually, the digitalization coming from the pilot project in Wisconsin University about cyber physical system, maybe 20 years ago. And why we going digital? In practical and business perspective, the digital will be a catalyst, help the incumbent or new entrant, new player to develop new business and operating model, such as advanced data analytics and so on. And the second thing is disruptor. The digital can create a disruptive technology that disrupt the existing player. And the three one is enabler is already explained by so many previous speakers. In practical, in the energy industry, what the benefit of digitalization based on the global best practice can be lowering OEM costs, can be increasing fuel efficiency, can increasing network efficiency, can extend the lifetime of the asset. For power plant, for example, can be extended 5 years, and also for network line can be extended to 5 years. This is the practical benefit of digitalization on energy industry. And the 3D, the last 3D is decentralization. So welcome to the prosumer era. That right now the consumer of electricity, of energy, not only consume the electricity but also able to produce the electricity by themselves. There is so many distributed power generation. You can produce electricity at your own home, at your rooftop. So welcome to the prosumer era. This make so many energy startup exist. There is the Indonesia case. You can look at Tyra Energy, ILS Power, and Surya, and so on. Of course, indeed, yeah, the prosumer will affect significantly the performance of the utility. It disrupt our business. So the move by the energy transition, so the energy industry now in middle of transition. We should change, we should transform because we have so many new challenges, basic dilemma and also energy transition. That is why we should choose the right technology and also the business model. So I did a modeling to testing to answer what the effect of destructive technology on the power utility. I test the 12 hypotheses. So actually the destructive technology is driven by digitalization and also customer pull, customer needs. In the energy industry, there is 3 destructive technology: solar PV, battery storage, and smart grid. We found that the destructive technology has significantly affect the firm performance, the firm business. So what kind of technology needed for us for dealing with the energy transition? The first thing is low carbon technology. Why we do now biomass co-firing? We reduce coal by biomass for the existing coal-fired power plant. We do also carbon trading. We launch renewable energy certificate. It's best seller of our product in Indonesia. And number 3, we also has wind farm, the largest wind farm in the Southeast Asia, in Sulawesi. We also develop PV solar floating in Cirata, and launched in October. Will be the 3rd largest PV solar floating in the world. We also do digitalization, green hydrogen, energy storage, carbon capture storage, ocean energy, and also look at to the small modular reactor, nuclear. This is the technology for low carbon. And the second one, this is about digitalization. So we also utilize digitalization to improve our efficiency, our reliability for end-to-end digital power plant, PL mobile. This is the super app in Indonesia. Right now has been downloaded by more than 40 million users. Advanced metering infrastructure, smart meter, e-mobility for electric vehicle, and zero downtime digital substation, and so on. And the next is electrifying, because energy transition move and make the electricity to the center of energy. But we should be aware that the electricity will come in within more and more renewable energy. So we do EV charging station, e-mobility, we introduce induction stove to reduce our LPG import, we electrifying agriculture, and so on. And the last one is we improve our grid, our backbone, our infrastructure. We do WAMPAC, wide area monitoring protection, virtual power plant, and so on. So if we talk about the technology and power system, actually we combine the OT, operation technology, with IT in terms of smart grid. This is end-to-end, and this is a huge concept. Right now we focusing on smart meter. More and more data coming. For example, smart meter. We have right now 85 million customer. Every 15 minutes, one customer from the meter will submit the data. So we will have for time multiplied by 24 hours multiplied by 85 million per day data will come from the smart meter application. So this is the pervasive thing about energy transition, change the business we do from centralized to decentralized to intensive to low budget to fixed operation to flexible operation, for IT as support, now IT as a core, from fossil to the renewable energy. So the good news is energy transition not only problem but also create new opportunity. This is new energy business, clean energy storage, smart grid, energy efficiency, blockchain, energy management, and so on. And because we have new business, we need new business model. We now move to change our traditional energy to at least 4 options: energy value provider, energy home service provider, connected service provider, or the last choices is beyond energy. Because we have new business model, we need new competency. So we have new expertise needed right now, from the system operator, market regulation, enabling infrastructure, business model. There is new professional needed on energy industry. And finally, I arrive to the conclusion that the one is the energy utility pushed by trilemma energy transition should change, should do transformation. Energy transition has created disruptive technology and game changer disruption that make the existing company do not have choice instead of change or die. And destructive technology based on our model has significantly effect to the firm performance, but the impact is different. It depends on the how the firm is able to utilize, and also capability to exploring the technology. And for the technology, for dealing with the energy transition, I already mentioned we have 4 clusters: low carbon technology, digitalization, electrification, and grid reinforcement. Finally, energy transition not only about technology. Energy transition also create new opportunity, new business. We need new business model, and the new business also need new competencies. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainal Afrin. You can come to the stage and take a seat down, please. Okay. Thank you so much to all our panelists for the excellent presentation. Now we are in the QA session, question and answer session. I will give the opportunity for the participants on site or via Zoom meeting just to ask to our panelists. Maybe from the on-site participant, is there any question? Okay. Please mention your name and institution. Is there any mic over there? Yeah. Please mention your name and institution.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I apologize because my question may be trivial or confuseful. In my college, for information system concentrate, I usually start this digitalization process or topics from finding out what the problem is, what is the people need, and I lost a little goal for what I did regarding digitalization. When the study case reached the rural community like village, I wondering is the real digitalization makes these people involved and enter the system that will digitalize, or should we maximize the system even until the resource person that I interview for making the system is replaced? Then we can say, we can call this digitalization, like Amazon grocery that have no cashier. And for transformation energy to save the world, what is usually can be done or can be started by student or college graduate like me in Malaysia to make a real contribution to environmental sustainability with digital social innovation? Are there any success indicators or parameters that we can use as a benchmark for our success in helping digitalization for transformation energy? Thank you.
Okay, please mention your name.
My name is Pridzi Primananda
from Mataram University. And your question for Dr. Syahrina?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Syahrina, there's the question for you.
I suppose just now there are 2 questions, right? Yeah, all right. Thank you very much for the questions. I thought those questions are very, very important and interesting as well. Now, when we talk about digitalization for society, you were saying for community development, right? So, of course, there's a range of it because it depends on the societal problems and pain points that you are trying to resolve or to solve, yeah? So, it could be as simple as grassroots social innovation. When we say grassroots social innovation, it means that, for example, recently we had a program during the 2 programs, for example. One is to help the poor, the women in villages. During that time, it was MCO. So it means that it was difficult to get profit, no income for the poor who were having businesses, especially those who what do you call that? Sew the clothes, the tailors, right? So we were thinking how to help these asnaf. I don't know, asnaf here in Indonesia, are they called asnaf? The poor.
The poor. Oh, the poor.
Yeah.
Okay.
The poor ladies. Yeah?
Poor ladies.
So we together with Majlis Agama Islam or the Islamic Council there in Perak, we came up with a program, but we used a lot of like for example classes and to digitalize their marketing tool and to teach them how to do e-commerce, to teach them how to do the a lot. So these are people or women from remote areas, villages, and they know nothing about e-commerce, very limited knowledge. So I would think that that is the simplest way that graduates or students can also help the poor to gain income and through such digitalization of works, of their a lot of for example their orders and whatnot. So that I would think is the simplest grassroots social innovation. On the other side, perhaps you can. I always believe in needs assessment as well. Like you were saying, you would interview the people, you would go to the societies to solve the problems. For example, there was one time when we interviewed farmers in Perak Tengah. There were a lot of smallholder farmers, paddy farming. One of their main problems is, what do you call that? Gondang, siput gondang.
Siput gunggung.
Is it gunggung? Is it? So these kind of snails, they actually eat up the paddy. So and what do we do? So at that time, we talked about it on how technologies can help. But our friends from IAS came up with what they call as Preditect, PREDITAK. Using AI, they can actually detect where the siput gunggung, siput gondang are, and they can detect and they can also hapuskan the spray to attack the siput gondang to help solve the problem. And that was a very huge help because when we interviewed the farmers, 70% of their paddy was eaten by gondang. So their income was really affected. So the poor became poorer. But with this kind of digitalization approach, it really helps a lot for the farmers. So those are the 2 examples that can actually help the communities. On the second question of energy transitioning, so how can the graduates help? In terms of environment and whatnot. Recently, we just had social business academia when, as I mentioned earlier, we work very closely with Professor Yunus, the Nobel laureate, who became our advisor. And so he came to Malaysia and we had this discussion. And one of the things that we talked about is giving the students innovative platforms for innovation, innovative ideas. So one of the things that we all talk about it, social business centers across the world. There was from Germany, from Russia, from Paris. We were all talking. We sat down and we came up. We agreed to come up with what we call as club of the 3 zeros. the 3 Zeros Club. So 3 Zeros Club, zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero carbon emission, the 3 zeros. So this is where students can, number one, they can actually help to come up with innovations and for the societies to address the challenges. Number two, these kind of clubs can actually provide platform for global network, because all of the social business centers across the world, there are 106 social businesses centers around the world, social business centers. So they can provide the global network to exchange ideas with regards to addressing the society's challenges. So probably that is one way. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, is it clear? Okay, maybe if we to have some conversation, can email to Dr. Syahrina, ya Dokter.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, then I will read from the chat box, them already asked from the participant in Zoom to Dr. Zainal Arifin. Thanks for, this is from Miss Arin, Telkom University. Thanks for sharing the technological innovation in ITPLN. Mr. Zainal Arifin, if I may ask, which one of those technological innovation that you developed that is actually the most wanted and the most sustainable, the existence can be maintained for a long term?
Okay, thank you for the Institute Technology FL, and actually we already start the development of waste to energy, so we would like to utilize and recycle the waste coming from the home, municipal waste, we call it, to create energy. So we have to waste, the first thing is we directly convert waste to produce electricity. And the second thing is, the second waste is we create waste to be a fuel like pellet, and pellet will be a fuel for the existing power plant. That's the one of the applied technology we develop in ITPLN. I think I do believe that the technology will be useful for increasing the renewable energy penetration, and also at the other side also develop the circular economy activity at the community. The project has been developed in Bali and also in Nusa Tenggara and so many places actually, to overcome the waste and also to create the electricity coming from the biomass. I think that's one of the technology we developed in ITPLN.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zainal Arifin. So, is there any question by online chat or maybe okay, Dr. Zainal, is there any policy to encourage home energy power as an example for solar cell equipment so it becomes cheaper?
Yes, this is not my authority to answer this. This is about the policy coming from the government. But as I mentioned, actually, if based on our perspective, the business player, the decentralization actually is destructive for us. Based on the survey coming from the EY and Black and Fit in maybe 2 years ago, the research conclude that the most destructive technology for the utility, the power utility industry, the first thing is PV solar. So for us, more and more PV solar coming is, is not good for us actually, not good for our business. But if we talk about the more macro perspective in the national view, actually, if we can create more and more PV solar based on your own home, actually we do democratization of energy. So energy does not monopolize anymore by a company. You can create your energy by yourself. This is the good idea, And also, if so many customers can produce electricity by their own home, the government no need to provide some investment to build a new power generation. So I think this is the benefit for the PV solar actually, and of course, for the national perspective, personally, I agree that this should be supported by all parties. But for the policy, I think it depends on the government.
Thank you, Dr. Zainal. This is also the question from Mr. Chandiwan from the University for Dr. Syahrina. One more, Dr. Syahrina. Can you explain more detail how to calculate the efficiency of social digital innovation? Is it calculated by qualitative or quantitative method?
All right, thank you very much for the question. Now, when it comes to social innovation, it depends on the project or the nature of the intervention, for the community in addressing the societal issues or challenges that are faced by the society. Now, so of course, when it comes to measuring, there are intangibles and the intangibles and the tangibles. So if we were to look at societal challenges, very often time is about income generation. So if it's income generation, so it's quite straightforward. Of course, we look at the tangible outcome. So tangible outcome would be the revenue, income generation, for example. Now, the intangibles, could be, because of, there are a lot of problems and issues. So it could be based on perception. So that would be both tangible and intangible, which could be measured by a triangulated approach of quantitative and also qualitative methods.
Mixed
method, that is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Syahrina. And because of the time, so I will close it by thank you very much for the panelists for the insightful sharing today. But may I conclude for just a simple statement. For Dr. Syahrina, this is how important the implementation of building sustainability resilience to the digitalization. And from Dr. Zainal Arifin, the disruptive technology have driven impacts on the company performance. So we have make advantage and how to explore that, right, Dr. Zainal Arifin. Okay, that's all from our second panel session. So I will give it back to the MC, Zafran and then Selin. Thank you.
For being an amazing moderator.
Next agenda is handing the souvenir to keynote speakers. Please welcome to the stage Chairwoman of Icondbtm, Mrs. Dr. Maria Apsari Sugyat, SAMM, to hand the souvenir to the keynote speakers. And for keynote speakers, please step in front of the stage.
Oke, oke. Oh, langsung mana ya? Berarti. Ya. Ini parallel session. Ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that our panel session has been completed, let us continue to our next agenda, which will be the opening of parallel session. The first parallel session is from Icadeis that will start exactly at this 1 p.m. And for the lunch break.
In a moment, we'll have a 30-minute lunch break. Please to all the participants to head to the designated area to enjoy your lunch. And after that, we will continue our agenda, which is the parallel session. And for the Icondbtm's parallel session, will start at 2 p.m.
Yeah, so for the Icondbtm parallel session, we'll start at 2 p.m. Indonesian Center Time. And as for the Icadeis, start exactly at 1 p.m. Indonesian Center Time, which is right now. Thank you.
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation. This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers. As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation. With determination to create the solution of the national challenges, Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs. It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation. This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers. As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation. With determination to create the solution of the national challenges, Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs. It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University. Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation. This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers. As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation. With determination to create the solution of the national challenges, Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs. It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology.
as the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021. Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University. Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation. This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is
School of Industrial Engineering is a faculty in Telkom University located at Telkom University Landmark Tower. School of Industrial Engineering is one of the first faculties in Telkom University. It was in 1990 with only one undergraduate program, Industrial Engineering Study Program. Today, there are 5 study programs, 3 and 2 postgraduate programs. The School of Industrial Engineering has a vision to become a research and entrepreneurial school, playing an active role in science development in the field of information technology-based industrial system that contribute to national economic development. There are 3 undergraduate programs and 2 postgraduate programs in the School of Industrial Engineering: Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Bachelor of Information System with excellent accreditation respectively, and Bachelor of Digital Supply Chain with good accreditation. Postgraduate programs consist of Master of Industrial Engineering with a very good accreditation and Master of Information System with a good accreditation. With a conducive environment for studying, the School of Industrial Engineering provides facilities including lobby, classroom, laboratorium room, lecture room, studio, secretariat room, meeting room, vice dean room, and dean room. As mandated by the national regulations in Indonesia, The School of Industrial Engineering conducted 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, emphasizing 3 core activities covering teaching, research. Currently there are 13 research groups. And community service. The School of Industrial Engineering collaborates with various international universities to increase the faculty members' competitiveness through programs such as The School of Industrial Engineering has received numerous awards institutionally and nationally. Further information on the School of Industrial Engineering is available on the website and social media.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah bagian dari Universitas Telkom yang dimulai sejak tahun 1990 sebagai fase pertama dengan nama MBA Bandung. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis hadir untuk menjawab segenap tantangan yang muncul dari perkembangan teknologi digital dengan merumuskan konsep Education 4.0 yang akan menjawab tuntutan dari industri 4.0, mengeksploitasi teknologi digital, dan mendukung terciptanya collaborative learning serta lifelong learning. Saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu Program Studi S1 Manajemen Bisnis Telekomunikasi dan Informatika, yang kedua Program Studi S1 Akuntansi, dan yang ketiga adalah Program Studi S2 Magister Manajemen, yang semuanya telah memperoleh akreditasi A dari BAN PT, serta telah memperoleh akreditasi internasional. Visi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berstandar internasional pada tahun 2023 melalui penelitian dan pengembangan secara kreatif ekosistem kewirausahaan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital. Sedangkan misi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah yang pertama, menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital yang berstandar internasional. Yang kedua, melakukan kajian dan penelitian dalam rangka pengembangan dan penyebaran ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berbasis digital kepada masyarakat. Yang ketiga, memanfaatkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital bagi pelayanan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kolaborasi yang kreatif dan inovatif antara akademisi, pemerintah, industri, media, dan komunitas. Melalui tahapan dari mulai exploiting international research excellence hingga membangun ekosistem kewirausahaan, maka di tahun 2023 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis akan mengukuhkan diri sebagai Research and Entrepreneurial School of Economic and Business. Dengan tagline kami, Preparing the Digital Business Leaders, dengan tetap secara konsisten melaksanakan nilai-nilai FEB sekaligus Telkom University, yaitu harmoni, excellence, dan integrity.
Lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menerapkan pembelajaran campuran atau blended learning yang memungkinkan mahasiswa belajar selain melalui kehadiran fisik, tetapi juga melalui konten dan petunjuk yang disampaikan secara daring dengan kendali mandiri terhadap waktu, tempat, urutan, maupun kecepatan belajar. Untuk pembelajaran daring, baik yang bersifat sinkronus maupun asinkronus, diselenggarakan dengan pemanfaatan LMS yang dinamakan CELOE atau Center of E-Learning and Open Education. Manajemen administrasi perkuliahan serta akademik sudah sepenuhnya menggunakan sistem akademik terintegrasi yang dinamakan Icadeis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai universitas di dunia. Di antaranya yang telah menjadi partner adalah Wusong University, Hull University, dan Monash University. Kerjasama ini dilakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik di FEB melalui program exchange, summer school, dan joint degree bagi mahasiswa. Sebagai perwujudan program internasionalisasi, FEB memiliki kelas internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai negara. Mahasiswa asing tersebut berasal dari Thailand, Malaysia, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Timor Leste, Korea, dan negara lainnya. Di lingkungan Telkom University, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis termasuk ke dalam fakultas dengan jumlah peminat mahasiswa baru yang cukup tinggi. Namun, jumlah peminat yang tinggi ini juga selalu disesuaikan dengan kualitas intake, sehingga jumlah mahasiswa baru dapat dipertahankan sesuai dengan standar kualitas di FEB. Sampai dengan semester genap 2019-2020, jumlah mahasiswa aktif di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah sebesar 3.828 mahasiswa, dengan rincian prodi akuntansi sebanyak 1.292, program studi MBTI 2.322, dan program studi MM sebanyak 214 mahasiswa.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University memiliki 110 dosen yang terbagi pada 3 prodi, akuntansi, MBTI, dan magister manajemen. Banyak dosen yang memiliki prestasi di tingkat nasional ataupun internasional, baik sebagai peneliti maupun sebagai pembicara. Fasilitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, ada 2 kampus yang kita miliki, di Geger Kalong untuk program magister dan di Dayakolot untuk MBTI dan akuntansi. Seperti pada umumnya kampus, maka kita juga memiliki fasilitas ruang dosen, ruang kelas, ruang rapat, aula, baik di kampus Dayakolot maupun Geger Kalong. Sedangkan di kampus selatan, fasilitas yang tersedia adalah student lounge yang bisa dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, berdiskusi, mengerjakan tugas, ataupun pekerjaan kelompok lainnya. Selain itu, kita juga memiliki ruang creativity space yang digunakan mahasiswa dalam mengekspresikan bakat atau kemampuan mereka. Di kampus selatan, kita juga memiliki GRID Entrepreneur Hub, yaitu sebuah ekosistem pengembangan wirausahawan baru di lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University yang selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Mahasiswa kita termasuk aktif mengikuti lomba-lomba baik yang bersifat akademik maupun non-akademik, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Menjadi narasumber pada kegiatan nasional seperti Digital Innovation Lounge dan Early Investor, juara 2 pada Paterna Entrepreneurship dan Startup Weekend Indonesia. Untuk kegiatan non-akademik, misal menjadi juara 1 pada Japan Sugiso 14 untuk kategori musik brand. Yang lainnya menjadi quarter finalis speech pada Asian English Olympics Broaden Your Horizon. Prestasi yang sudah diraih oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, diantaranya penganugerahan pelayanan terbaik 2019 oleh Kanwil DJP Jabar 1. Selain itu, dosen juga turut mendapatkan penghargaan di dunia internasional dengan memenangkan Award for Excellence dari Emerald Publishing UK di tahun 2019, anugerah Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Maldives pada International Conference di Juli 2019, sedangkan Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Penang, Malaysia pada Desember 2019, Terkait dengan pendanaan riset, kita juga mendapat dana dari pihak eksternal seperti Ristek Dikti, OJK Institute, dan Kemitraan Telkom.
Kelompok keahlian merupakan pengelompokan dosen berdasarkan peminatan dan keahlian dari dosen terkait bidang keilmuan. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis terdapat 3 kelompok keahlian. Yang pertama, KK ICT Based Management atau IBM. Yang kedua, KK Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics atau SEE. Dan yang ketiga, KK Finance and Accounting Studies atau FAS. KK IBM memiliki 2 sub-KK, yaitu sub-KK Marketing and Consumer Studies dan sub-KK Operation and ICT Management yang dibantu oleh 2 orang sekretaris dan bendahara. Member-member sub-KK MTS ada 12 orang. Member-member sub-KK OIM di bidang operation ada 7 orang. Member-member sub-KK OIM di ICT ada 11 orang.
Kelompok keahlian Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics beranggotakan 33 orang dosen dan peneliti. KK SEE menaungi 4 sub kelompok keahlian. Pertama, kelompok keahlian Strategic Management and Decision Making. Kedua, sub kelompok keahlian Startup and Small Business Development. Ketiga, sub kelompok keahlian Economics and Policy Study. Keempat, sub kelompok keahlian Human Capital and Talent Development.
Kelompok keahlian Finance and Accounting Studies atau KKFAS memiliki 2 sub kelompok keahlian, yaitu Financial Market Studies dan Accounting Studies. Saat ini KKFAS memiliki 17 orang dosen pada sub KK Financial Market Studies dan 27 orang dosen pada sub KK Accounting Studies.
Mengikuti pendidikan S2 di FEB Telkom University merupakan salah satu milestone dalam kehidupan saya. Terus terang saya sangat terbantu dengan sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh yang diperkenalkan oleh FEB Telkom University. Sistem ini sangat membantu saya karena memang saya berada jauh di luar kota. Saya berada di Semarang dan dengan mobilitas yang sangat tinggi. Sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh ini sekarang menjadi suatu keniscayaan yang dipakai oleh hampir semua perguruan tinggi dalam kondisi pandemi COVID-19. Tuntutan industri dan bisnis menuntut kematangan dalam pengetahuan, dan ini banyak saya dapatkan selama perkuliahan di FEB Telkom University. Terima kasih atas semua ilmu yang diberikan kepada semua dosen-dosen yang sangat kompeten dan profesional di bidangnya.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Bella Putri. Saat ini saya bekerja di PT Garuda Indonesia dan sedang ditugaskan di salah satu anak perusahaan namanya Aeroglobe Indonesia. Nah, untuk pengalaman berharga selama saya berkuliah di Universitas Telkom atau Telkom University, salah satunya adalah dosen-dosen di sana banyaknya juga dari praktisi ya, jadi banyak ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat saat di dunia kerja dan juga kesempatan saat mengikuti program-program di luar mata kuliah, misalnya seperti program mandiri dan sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Mas Ridha Azhar Susatyo. Pada saat saya kuliah dulu, saya selalu cerita kepada dosen saya bahwa mimpi saya adalah menjadi seorang anggota DPR. Alhamdulillah sekarang sudah 1 tingkat mimpi saya raih. Jadi sekarang saya anggota DPRD DKI Jakarta. Dan saya harap ke depannya para lulusan-lulusan yang sekarang namanya Universitas Telkom bisa melahirkan pemimpin-pemimpin di masa depan nanti.
Selamat bergabung dengan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Telkom dan jadilah the next digital business leader. Diatism, harmony, excellence, integrity.
Advanced and Creative Network Research Center, or Icadis, is one of the research centers under the auspices of Telkom University.
Sebagai salah satu research center di Telkom University, Research Center Icadis akan sepenuhnya mendukung rencana strategis dari Universitas Telkom dengan fokus pada area riset pengembangan teknologi Smart Precision Agriculture pada 3 tahun ke depan.
The Icadis research team consists of researchers who are representative of various expert groups at Telkom University. The research carried out by Icadis has a specificity, namely in the area of smart precision agriculture for the purpose of national food security. RC research achievement include obtaining management funds from the Ministry of Education and Culture, RISPO Invitational LPDP, Matching Fund Kedai Reka, BRIN Ministry of Research and Technology, Applied Research of Higher Education, Basic Research, and external research industry partnerships. Every year, Icadis consistently conducts research so that it receives various funding both from internal and external sources of the university. Several partners who have worked with Icadis
Lahir di bumi seribu masjid, Universitas Mataram menyajikan pengalaman menempuh pendidikan yang tak terbatas. Nuansa religius dan hamparan pesona alam yang menakjubkan. Sejak tanggal 1 Oktober 1962, Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Republik Indonesia mengesahkan pendirian Universitas Negeri di Mataram. Hadir sebagai solusi pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang berintelektualitas tinggi di Nusa Tenggara Barat, Universitas Mataram selalu berkembang dari masa ke masa. Hingga saat ini, Universitas Mataram telah memiliki 9 fakultas dan program pascasarjana. Dengan 63 program studi pilihan, menjadikan Universitas Mataram sebagai salah satu pilihan terbaik bagi talenta-talenta luar biasa dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia. Di Universitas Mataram, lebih dari 32.000 mahasiswa menjalankan studinya. Gali sumber-sumber ilmu pengetahuan dan ditempa menjadi instan yang siap menghadapi tantangan global. Meluluskan puluhan ribu alumni yang tersebar ke seluruh Nusantara. Universitas Mataram turut berkontribusi dalam berbagai sektor pembangunan di Indonesia. Untuk mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan penelitian, Universitas Mataram telah membangun berbagai fasilitas penunjang yang terstandarisasi. Berkolaborasi dengan berbagai stakeholder dan dunia industri memberikan peluang kepada masyarakat khazanah pengetahuan yang lebih luas, kemampuan soft skill yang teruji. Didukung internasional. Universitas Mataram juga mengajarkan untuk selalu berbagi, saling merangkul satu sama lain untuk menumbuhkan rasa saling memiliki. Dan kini saatnya menjadi bagian dari Universitas Mataram.
Selamat datang di Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram.
Penasaran tempatnya di mana?
Yuk lihat bareng yuk. Program Studi Teknik Informatika atau yang disebut PSTI merupakan sebuah program studi di bawah naungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram berlokasi di Jalan Majapahit nomor 62 Gomong Selaparang, Mataram. PSTI memiliki dua buah gedung, yaitu Gedung A dan Gedung D. Program Studi Teknik Informatika berlokasi di lantai 2 Gedung A, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram. Oke, sekarang kita ada di lobi Prodi. Fotoan yuk! Gitu. Oh iya, aku ada bimbingan skripsi sama dosen. Tungguin bareng yuk!
Di sini kalian bisa melihat hasil penelitian angka sedat kalian loh. Bisa jadi ini menginspirasi kalian. Butuh layanan administrasi secara offline? Yuk ke loket Prodi.
Layanan sistem informasi akademik dapat diakses melalui laman sia.unram.ac.id menggunakan username dan password yang telah dimiliki. Layanan ini menyediakan informasi seperti biodata mahasiswa, nilai, KRS, KSP, pesan, jadwal, dan mata kuliah. Saat ini, PSTI bekerja sama dengan Microsoft, Kumamoto University, Seoul National University, dan Kominfo untuk memberikan kesempatan belajar dan menambah pengalaman bagi mahasiswa Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram. Seluruh ruang kelas di PSTI dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan, meja dan kursi, proyektor, serta akses internet.
Jadi di gedung D ini terdapat 4 lab, 3 lab riset, 1 lab praktikum. Yuk kita lihat.
PSTI memiliki 3 lab riset, yaitu lab sistem cerdas, lab komunikasi data dan sistem tertanam, serta lab sistem informasi enterprise. Seluruh lab dilengkapi dengan komputer yang memadai dan telah terhubung dengan jaringan internet. Dan juga telah dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan serta CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas mahasiswa. Sekarang kita berada di salah satu lab riset. Jadi di sini kita bisa mengerjakan tugas akhir, diskusi, tugas kelompok, cari referensi jurnal dan sebagainya. Keren kan? Kami tunggu di PSTI.
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation.
This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation.
Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers.
As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation. With determination to create the solution of the national challenges,
Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs.
It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University.
School of Industrial Engineering is a faculty in Telkom University located at Telkom University Landmark Tower. School of Industrial Engineering is one of the first faculties in Telkom University. It was in 1990 with only one undergraduate program, Industrial Engineering Study Program. Today, there are 5 study programs, 3 and 2 postgraduate programs. The School of Industrial Engineering has a vision to become a research and entrepreneurial school, playing an active role in science development in the field of information technology-based industrial systems that contribute to national economic development. There are 3 undergraduate programs and 2 postgraduate programs in the School of Industrial Engineering: Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Bachelor of Information System with excellent accreditation respectively, and Bachelor of Digital Supply Chain with good accreditation. Postgraduate programs consist of Master of Industrial Engineering with a very good accreditation and Master of Information System with a good accreditation. With a conducive environment for studying, the School of Industrial Engineering provides facilities including lobby, classroom, laboratorium room, lecture room, studio, secretariat room, meeting room, vice dean room, and dean room. As mandated by the national regulations in Indonesia, the School of Industrial Engineering conducted 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, emphasizing 3 core activities covering teaching, research. Currently, there are 13 research groups. And community service. The School of Industrial Engineering collaborates with various international universities to increase the faculty members' competitiveness through programs such as The School of Industrial Engineering has received numerous awards institutionally and nationally. Further information on the School of Industrial Engineering is available on the website and social media.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah bagian dari Universitas Telkom yang dimulai sejak tahun 1990 sebagai fase pertama dengan nama MBA Bandung. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis hadir untuk menjawab segenap tantangan yang muncul dari perkembangan teknologi digital dengan merumuskan konsep Education 4.0 yang akan menjawab tuntutan dari industri 4.0, mengeksploitasi teknologi digital, dan mendukung terciptanya collaborative learning serta lifelong learning. Saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu program studi S1 Manajemen Bisnis Telekomunikasi dan Informatika, yang kedua program studi S1 Akuntansi, dan yang ketiga adalah program studi S2 Magister Manajemen, yang semuanya telah memperoleh akreditasi A dari BAN PT, serta telah memperoleh akreditasi internasional. Visi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berstandar internasional pada tahun 2023 melalui penelitian dan pengembangan secara kreatif ekosistem kewirausahaan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital. Sedangkan misi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah yang pertama, menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital yang berstandar internasional. Yang kedua, melakukan kajian dan penelitian dalam rangka pengembangan dan penyebaran ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berbasis digital kepada masyarakat. Yang ketiga, memanfaatkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital bagi pelayanan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kolaborasi yang kreatif dan inovatif antara akademisi, pemerintah, industri, media, dan komunitas. Melalui tahapan dari mulai exploiting international research excellence hingga membangun ekosistem kewirausahaan, maka di tahun 2023 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis akan mengukuhkan diri sebagai Research and Entrepreneurial School of Economic and Business. Dengan tagline kami, Preparing the Digital Business Leaders, dengan tetap secara konsisten melaksanakan nilai-nilai FEB sekaligus Telkom University, yaitu harmoni, excellence, dan integrity.
Lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menerapkan pembelajaran campuran atau blended learning yang memungkinkan mahasiswa belajar selain melalui kehadiran fisik, tetapi juga melalui konten dan petunjuk yang disampaikan secara daring dengan kendali mandiri terhadap waktu, tempat, urutan, maupun kecepatan belajar. Untuk pembelajaran daring, baik yang bersifat sinkronus maupun asinkronus, diselenggarakan dengan pemanfaatan LMS yang dinamakan CELOE atau Center of E-Learning and Open Education. Manajemen administrasi perkuliahan serta akademik sudah sepenuhnya menggunakan sistem akademik terintegrasi yang dinamakan Icadeis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai universitas di dunia. Di antaranya yang telah menjadi partner adalah Wusong University, Hull University, dan Monash University. Kerjasama ini dilakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik di FEB melalui program exchange, summer school, dan joint degree bagi mahasiswa. Sebagai perwujudan program internasionalisasi, FEB memiliki kelas internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai negara. Mahasiswa asing tersebut berasal dari Thailand, Malaysia, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Timor Leste, Korea, dan negara lainnya. Di lingkungan Telkom University, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis termasuk ke dalam fakultas dengan jumlah peminat mahasiswa baru yang cukup tinggi. Namun, jumlah peminat yang tinggi ini juga selalu disesuaikan dengan kualitas intake, sehingga jumlah mahasiswa baru dapat dipertahankan sesuai dengan standar kualitas di FEB. Sampai dengan semester genap 2019-2020, jumlah mahasiswa aktif di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah sebesar 3.828 mahasiswa, dengan rincian prodi akuntansi sebanyak 1.292, program studi MBTI 2.322, dan program studi MM sebanyak 214 mahasiswa.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University memiliki 110 dosen yang terbagi pada 3 prodi, akuntansi, MBTI, dan magister manajemen. Banyak dosen yang memiliki prestasi di tingkat nasional ataupun internasional, baik sebagai peneliti maupun sebagai pembicara. Fasilitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, ada 2 kampus yang kita miliki, di Geger Kalong untuk program magister dan di Dayakolot untuk MBTI dan akuntansi. Seperti pada umumnya kampus, maka kita juga memiliki fasilitas ruang dosen, ruang kelas, ruang rapat, aula, baik di kampus Dayakolot maupun Geger Kalong. Sedangkan di kampus selatan, fasilitas yang tersedia adalah student lounge yang bisa dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, berdiskusi, mengerjakan tugas, ataupun pekerjaan kelompok lainnya. Selain itu, kita juga memiliki ruang creativity space yang digunakan mahasiswa dalam mengekspresikan bakat atau kemampuan mereka. Di kampus selatan, kita juga memiliki GRID Entrepreneur Hub, yaitu sebuah ekosistem pengembangan wirausahawan baru di lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University yang selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Mahasiswa kita termasuk aktif mengikuti lomba-lomba baik yang bersifat akademik maupun non-akademik, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Menjadi narasumber pada kegiatan nasional seperti Digital Innovation Lounge dan Early Investor, juara 2 pada Paterna Entrepreneurship dan Startup Weekend Indonesia. Untuk kegiatan non-akademik, misal menjadi juara 1 pada Japan Sugiso 14 untuk kategori musik brand. Yang lainnya menjadi quarter finalis speech pada Asian English Olympics Broaden Your Horizon. Prestasi yang sudah diraih oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, diantaranya penganugerahan pelayanan terbaik 2019 oleh Kanwil DJP Jabar 1. Selain itu, dosen juga turut mendapatkan penghargaan di dunia internasional dengan memenangkan Award for Excellence dari Emerald Publishing UK di tahun 2019, anugerah Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Maldives pada International Conference di Juli 2019, sedangkan Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Penang, Malaysia pada Desember 2019. Terkait dengan pendanaan riset, kita juga mendapat dana dari pihak eksternal seperti Ristek Dikti, OJK Institute, dan Kemitraan Telkom.
Kelompok keahlian merupakan pengelompokan dosen berdasarkan peminatan dan keahlian dari dosen terkait bidang keilmuan. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis terdapat 3 kelompok keahlian. Yang pertama, KK ICT Based Management atau IBM. Yang kedua, KK Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics atau SEE. Dan yang ketiga, KK Finance and Accounting Studies atau FAS. KK IBM memiliki 2 sub-KK, yaitu sub-KK Marketing and Consumer Studies dan sub-KK Operation and ICT Management yang dibantu oleh 2 orang sekretaris dan bendahara. Member-member sub-KK MTS ada 12 orang. Member-member sub-KK OIM di bidang operation ada 7 orang. Member-member sub-KK OIM di ICT ada 11 orang.
Kelompok keahlian Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics beranggotakan 33 orang dosen dan peneliti. KK SEE menaungi 4 sub kelompok keahlian. Pertama, kelompok keahlian Strategic Management and Decision Making. Kedua, sub kelompok keahlian Startup and Small Business Development. Ketiga, sub kelompok keahlian Economics and Policy Study. Keempat, sub kelompok keahlian Human Capital and Talent Development.
Kelompok keahlian Finance and Accounting Studies atau KKFAS memiliki 2 sub kelompok keahlian, yaitu Financial Market Studies dan Accounting Studies. Saat ini KKFAS memiliki 17 orang dosen pada sub KK Financial Market Studies dan 27 orang dosen pada sub KK Accounting Studies.
Mengikuti pendidikan S2 di FEB Telkom University merupakan salah satu milestone dalam kehidupan saya. Terus terang saya sangat terbantu dengan sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh yang diperkenalkan oleh FEB Telkom University. Sistem ini sangat membantu saya karena memang saya berada jauh di luar kota, saya berada di Semarang, dan dengan mobilitas yang sangat tinggi. Sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh ini sekarang menjadi suatu keniscayaan yang dipakai oleh hampir semua perguruan tinggi dalam kondisi pandemi COVID-19. Tuntutan industri dan bisnis menuntut kematangan dalam pengetahuan, dan ini banyak saya dapatkan selama perkuliahan di FEB Telkom University. Terima kasih atas semua ilmu yang diberikan kepada semua dosen-dosen yang sangat kompeten dan profesional di bidangnya.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Bella Putri. Saat ini saya bekerja di PT Garuda Indonesia dan sedang ditugaskan di salah satu anak perusahaan namanya Aeroclub Indonesia. Nah, untuk pengalaman berharga selama saya berkuliah di Universitas Telkom atau Telkom University, salah satunya adalah dosen-dosen di sana banyaknya juga dari praktisi ya, jadi banyak ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat saat di dunia kerja dan juga kesempatan saat mengikuti program-program di luar mata kuliah, misalnya seperti perwira mandiri dan sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Mas Icondbtm Susatyo. Pada saat saya kuliah dulu, saya selalu cerita pada dosen saya bahwa mimpi saya adalah menjadi seorang anggota DPR. Alhamdulillah sekarang sudah satu tingkat mimpi saya raih. Jadi sekarang saya anggota DPRD DKI Jakarta. Dan saya harap ke depannya para lulusan-lulusan yang sekarang namanya Universitas Telkom bisa melahirkan pemimpin-pemimpin di masa depan nanti.
Selamat bergabung dengan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Telkom dan jadilah the next digital business leader. Diatism, harmony, excellence, integrity.
Advanced and Creative Network Research Center or Icadeis is one of the research centers under the auspices of Telkom University.
Sebagai salah satu riset center di Telkom University, riset center Icondbtm akan sepenuhnya mendukung rencana strategis dari Universitas Telkom dengan fokus pada area riset pengembangan teknologi Smart Precision Agriculture pada 3 tahun ke depan.
The Icondbtm research team consists the researchers who are representative of various expert groups at Telkom University. The research carried out by Icondbtm has a specificity, namely in the area of smart precision agriculture for the purpose of national food security. RC Research Achievement include obtaining management funds from the Ministry of Education and Culture, RISPO Invitational LPDP, Matching Fund Kedai Reka, BRIN Ministry of Research and Technology, Applied Research of Higher Education, Basic Research, and external research industry partnerships. Every year, LCATNet consistently conducts research so that it receives various funding both from internal and external sources of the university. Several partners who have worked with LCATNet
Lahir di bumi seribu masjid, Universitas Mataram menyajikan pengalaman menempuh pendidikan yang tak terbatas. Nuansa religius dan hamparan pesona alam yang menakjubkan. Sejak tanggal 1 Oktober 1962, Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Republik Indonesia mengesahkan pendirian Universitas Negeri di Mataram. Hadir sebagai solusi pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang berintelektualitas tinggi di Nusa Tenggara Barat, Universitas Mataram selalu berkembang dari masa ke masa. Hingga saat ini, Universitas Mataram telah memiliki 9 fakultas dan program pascasarjana. Dengan 63 program studi pilihan, menjadikan Universitas Mataram sebagai salah satu pilihan terbaik bagi talenta-talenta luar biasa dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia. Di Universitas Mataram, lebih dari 32.000 mahasiswa menjalankan studinya. Gali sumber-sumber ilmu pengetahuan dan ditempa menjadi instan yang siap menghadapi tantangan global. Meluluskan puluhan ribu alumni yang tersebar ke seluruh Nusantara. Universitas Mataram turut berkontribusi dalam berbagai sektor pembangunan di Indonesia. Untuk mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan penelitian, Universitas Mataram telah membangun berbagai fasilitas penunjang yang terstandarisasi. Berkolaborasi dengan berbagai stakeholder dan dunia industri memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan khazanah pengetahuan yang lebih luas dengan kemampuan soft skill yang teruji. Didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang handal dan profesional, memungkinkan Universitas Mataram menghasilkan lulusan yang berwawasan global dan berprestasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Universitas Mataram juga mengajarkan untuk selalu berbagi, saling merangkul satu sama lain untuk menumbuhkan rasa saling memiliki. Dan kini saatnya menjadi bagian dari Universitas Mataram.
Selamat datang di Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram.
Penasaran tempatnya di mana? Lihat bareng yuk.
Program Studi Teknik Informatika atau yang disebut PSTI merupakan sebuah program studi di bawah naungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram berlokasi di Jalan Majapahit nomor 62 Gomong Selaparang, Mataram. PSTI memiliki 2 buah gedung, yaitu Gedung A dan Gedung D. Program Studi Teknik Informatika berlokasi di lantai 2 Gedung A, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram.
Oke, sekarang kita ada di lobby Brady. Fotoan yuk. Gitu. Oh iya, aku ada bimbingan skripsi sama dosen. Tungguin bareng yuk.
Di sini kalian bisa melihat hasil penelitian kakak segat kalian loh. Bisa jadi ini menginspirasi kalian. Butuh layanan administrasi secara offline? Yuk ke loket prodi.
Layanan sistem informasi akademik dapat diakses melalui laman sia.undram.ac.id menggunakan username dan password yang telah dimiliki. Layanan ini menyediakan informasi seperti biodata mahasiswa, nilai, KRS, KSP, pesan, jadwal, dan mata kuliah. Saat ini, PSTI bekerja sama dengan Microsoft, Kumamoto University, Seoul National University, dan Kominfo untuk memberikan kesempatan belajar dan menambah pengalaman bagi mahasiswa Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram. Seluruh ruang kelas di PSTI dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan, meja dan kursi, proyektor, serta akses internet.
Jadi di gedung D ini terdapat 4 lab, 3 lab riset, 1 lab praktikum. Yuk kita lihat.
PSTI memiliki 3 lab riset, yaitu lab sistem cerdas, lab komunikasi data dan sistem tertanam, serta lab sistem informasi enterprise. Seluruh lab dilengkapi dengan komputer yang memadai dan telah terhubung dengan jaringan internet. Dan juga telah dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan serta CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas mahasiswa.
Sekarang kita berada di salah satu lab riset. Jadi di sini kita bisa mengerjakan tugas akhir, diskusi, tugas kelompok, cari referensi jurnal dan sebagainya. Keren kan? Kami tunggu di PSTI.
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation. This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art.
On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers.
As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation.
With determination to create the solution of the national challenges, Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs.
It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University.
School of Industrial Engineering is a faculty in Telkom University located at Telkom University Landmark Tower. School of Industrial Engineering is one of the first faculties in Telkom University. It was in 1990 with only one undergraduate program, Industrial Engineering Study Program. Today, there are 5 study programs, 3 and 2 postgraduate programs. The School of Industrial Engineering has a vision to become a research and entrepreneurial school, playing an active role in science development in the field of information technology-based industrial systems that contribute to national economic development. There are 3 undergraduate programs and 2 postgraduate programs in the School of Industrial Engineering: Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Bachelor of Information System with excellent accreditation respectively, and Bachelor of Digital Supply Chain with good accreditation. Postgraduate programs consist of Master of Industrial Engineering with a very good accreditation and Master of Information System with a good accreditation. With a conducive environment for studying, the School of Industrial Engineering provides facilities including lobby, classroom, laboratorium room, lecture room, studio, secretariat room, meeting room, vice dean room, and dean room. As mandated by the national regulations in Indonesia, the School of Industrial Engineering conducted 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, emphasizing 3 core activities covering teaching, research. Currently, there are 13 research groups. And community service. The School of Industrial Engineering collaborates with various international universities to increase the faculty members' competitiveness through programs such as The School of Industrial Engineering has received numerous awards institutionally and nationally. Further information on the School of Industrial Engineering is available on the website and social media.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah bagian dari Universitas Telkom yang dimulai sejak tahun 1990 sebagai fase pertama dengan nama MBA Bandung. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis hadir untuk menjawab segenap tantangan yang muncul dari perkembangan teknologi digital dengan merumuskan konsep Education 4.0 yang akan menjawab tuntutan dari industri 4.0, mengeksploitasi teknologi digital, dan mendukung terciptanya collaborative learning serta lifelong learning. Saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu Program Studi S1 Manajemen Bisnis Telekomunikasi dan Informatika, yang kedua Program Studi S1 Akuntansi, dan yang ketiga adalah Program Studi S2 Magister Manajemen, yang semuanya telah memperoleh akreditasi A dari BAN PT, serta telah memperoleh akreditasi internasional. Visi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berstandar internasional pada tahun 2023 melalui penelitian dan pengembangan secara kreatif ekosistem kewirausahaan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital. Sedangkan misi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah yang pertama, menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital yang berstandar internasional. Yang kedua, melakukan kajian dan penelitian dalam rangka pengembangan dan penyebaran ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berbasis digital kepada masyarakat. Yang ketiga, memanfaatkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital bagi pelayanan, dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kolaborasi yang kreatif dan inovatif antara akademisi, pemerintah, industri, media, dan komunitas. Melalui tahapan dari mulai exploiting international research excellence hingga membangun ekosistem kewirausahaan, maka di tahun 2023 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis akan mengukuhkan diri sebagai Research and Entrepreneurial School of Economic and Business. Dengan tagline kami, Preparing the Digital Business Leaders, dengan tetap secara konsisten melaksanakan nilai-nilai FEB sekaligus Telkom University, yaitu Harmony, Excellence, dan Integrity.
Lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menerapkan pembelajaran campuran atau blended learning yang memungkinkan mahasiswa belajar selain melalui kehadiran fisik, tetapi juga melalui konten dan petunjuk yang disampaikan secara daring dengan kendali mandiri terhadap waktu, tempat, urutan, maupun kecepatan belajar. Untuk pembelajaran daring, baik yang bersifat sinkronus maupun asinkronus, diselenggarakan dengan pemanfaatan LMS yang dinamakan CELOE atau Center of E-Learning and Open Education. Manajemen administrasi perkuliahan serta akademik sudah sepenuhnya menggunakan sistem akademik terintegrasi yang dinamakan Icadeis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai universitas di dunia. Di antaranya yang telah menjadi partner adalah Wusong University, Hull University, dan Monash University. Kerjasama ini dilakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik di FEB melalui program exchange, summer school, dan joint degree bagi mahasiswa. Sebagai perwujudan program internasionalisasi, FEB memiliki kelas internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai negara. Mahasiswa asing tersebut berasal dari Thailand, Malaysia, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Timor Leste, Korea, dan negara lainnya. Di lingkungan Telkom University, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis termasuk ke dalam fakultas dengan jumlah peminat mahasiswa baru yang cukup tinggi. Namun, jumlah peminat yang tinggi ini juga selalu disesuaikan dengan kualitas intake, sehingga jumlah mahasiswa baru dapat dipertahankan sesuai dengan standar kualitas di FEB. Sampai dengan semester genap 2019-2020, jumlah mahasiswa aktif di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah sebesar 3.828 mahasiswa, dengan rincian prodi akuntansi sebanyak 1.292, program studi MBTI 2.322, dan program studi MM sebanyak 214 mahasiswa.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University memiliki 110 dosen yang terbagi pada 3 prodi, akuntansi, MBTI, dan Magister Manajemen. Banyak dosen yang memiliki prestasi di tingkat nasional ataupun internasional, baik sebagai peneliti maupun sebagai pembicara. Fasilitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, ada 2 kampus yang kita miliki, di Geger Kalong untuk program Magister dan di Dayakolot untuk MBTI dan akuntansi. Seperti pada umumnya kampus, maka kita juga memiliki fasilitas ruang dosen, ruang kelas, ruang rapat, aula, baik di kampus Dayakolot maupun Geger Kalong. Sedangkan di kampus selatan, fasilitas yang tersedia adalah student lounge yang bisa dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, berdiskusi, mengerjakan tugas, ataupun pekerjaan kelompok lainnya. Selain itu, kita juga memiliki ruang creativity space yang digunakan mahasiswa dalam mengekspresikan bakat atau kemampuan mereka. Di kampus selatan, kita juga memiliki GRID Entrepreneur Hub, yaitu sebuah ekosistem pengembangan wirausahawan baru di lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University yang selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Mahasiswa kita termasuk aktif mengikuti lomba-lomba baik yang bersifat akademik maupun non-akademik, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Menjadi narasumber pada kegiatan nasional seperti Digital Innovation Lounge dan Early Investor, juara 2 pada Paterna Entrepreneurship dan Startup Weekend Indonesia. Untuk kegiatan non-akademik, misal menjadi juara 1 pada Japan Sugiso 14 untuk kategori musik brand. Yang lainnya menjadi quarter finalis speech pada Asian English Olympics Broaden Your Horizon. Prestasi yang sudah diraih oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, diantaranya penganugerahan pelayanan terbaik 2019 oleh Kanwil DJP Jabar 1. Selain itu, dosen juga turut mendapatkan penghargaan di dunia internasional dengan memenangkan Award for Excellence dari Emerald Publishing UK di tahun 2019, anugerah Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Maldives pada International Conference di Juli 2019, sedangkan Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Penang, Malaysia pada Desember 2019. Terkait dengan pendanaan riset, kita juga mendapat dana dari pihak eksternal seperti Ristek Dikti, OJK Institute, dan Kemitraan Telkom.
Kelompok keahlian merupakan pengelompokan dosen berdasarkan peminatan dan keahlian dari dosen terkait bidang keilmuan. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis terdapat 3 kelompok keahlian. Yang pertama, KK ICT Based Management atau IBM. Yang kedua, KK Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics atau SEE. Dan yang ketiga, KK Finance and Accounting Studies atau FAS. KK IBM memiliki 2 sub KK, yaitu sub KK Marketing and Consumer Studies dan sub KK Operation and ICT Management yang dibantu oleh 2 orang sekretaris dan bendahara. Member-member sub KK MCS ada 12 orang. Member-member sub KK OIM di bidang operation ada 7 orang. Member-member sub KK OIM di ICT ada 11 orang.
Kelompok keahlian strategi entrepreneurship and economics beranggotakan 33 orang dosen dan peneliti. KK SEE menaungi 4 sub kelompok keahlian. Pertama, kelompok keahlian strategic management and decision making. Kedua, sub kelompok keahlian startup and small business development. Ketiga, sub kelompok keahlian economics and policy study. Keempat, sub kelompok keahlian human capital and talent development.
Kelompok keahlian Finance and Accounting Studies atau KKFAS memiliki 2 sub kelompok keahlian, yaitu Financial Market Studies dan Accounting Studies. Saat ini KKFAS memiliki 17 orang dosen pada sub KK Financial Market Studies dan 27 orang dosen pada sub KK Accounting Studies.
Mengikuti pendidikan S2 di FEB Telkom University merupakan salah satu milestone dalam kehidupan saya. Terus terang saya sangat terbantu dengan sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh yang diperkenalkan oleh FEB Telkom University. Sistem ini sangat membantu saya karena memang saya berada jauh di luar kota, saya berada di Semarang, dan dengan mobilitas yang sangat tinggi. Sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh ini sekarang menjadi suatu keniscayaan yang dipakai oleh hampir semua perguruan tinggi dalam kondisi pandemi COVID-19. Tuntutan industri dan bisnis menuntut kematangan dalam pengetahuan, dan ini banyak saya dapatkan selama perkuliahan di FEB Telkom University. Terima kasih atas semua ilmu yang diberikan kepada semua dosen-dosen yang sangat kompeten dan profesional di bidangnya.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Bella Putri. Saat ini saya bekerja di PT Garuda Indonesia dan sedang ditugaskan di salah satu anak perusahaan namanya Aeroglobe Indonesia. Nah, untuk pengalaman berharga selama saya berkuliah di Universitas Telkom atau Telkom University, salah satunya adalah dosen-dosen di sana banyaknya juga dari praktisi ya, jadi banyak ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat saat di dunia kerja dan juga kesempatan saat mengikuti program-program di luar mata kuliah, misalnya seperti perwira mandiri dan sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Mas Ridha Azhar Susatyo. Pada saat saya kuliah dulu, saya selalu cerita kepada dosen saya bahwa mimpi saya adalah menjadi seorang anggota DPR. Alhamdulillah sekarang sudah 1 tingkat mimpi saya raih. Jadi sekarang saya anggota DPRD DKI Jakarta. Dan saya harap kedepannya para lulusan-lulusan yang sekarang namanya Universitas Telkom bisa melahirkan pemimpin-pemimpin di masa depan nanti.
Selamat bergabung dengan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Telkom dan jadilah the next digital business leader. Dietitian, harmony, excellence, integrity.
Advanced and Creative Network Research Center, or Icadeis, is one of the research centers under the auspices of Telkom University.
Sebagai salah satu research center di Telkom University, Research Center Icondbtm akan sepenuhnya mendukung rencana strategis dari Universitas Telkom dengan fokus pada area riset pengembangan teknologi Smart Precision Agriculture pada 3 tahun ke depan.
The Icondbtm research team consists of researchers who are representative of various expert groups at Telkom University. The research carried out by Icondbtm has a specificity, namely in the area of smart precision agriculture for the purpose of national food security. RC research achievement include obtaining management funds from the Ministry of Education and Culture, RISPO Invitational LPDP, Matching Fund Kedai Reka, Print Ministry of Research and Technology, Applied Research of Higher Education, Basic Research, and External Research Industry Partnerships. Every year, Icondbtm consistently conducts research so that it receives various funding both from internal and external sources of the university. Several partners who have worked with Icondbtm
Lahir di bumi seribu masjid, Universitas Mataram menyajikan pengalaman menempuh pendidikan yang tak terbatas. Nuansa religius dan hamparan pesona alam yang menakjubkan. Sejak tanggal 1 Oktober 1962, Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Republik Indonesia mengesahkan pendirian Universitas Negeri di Mataram. Hadir sebagai solusi pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang berintelektualitas tinggi di Nusa Tenggara Barat, Universitas Mataram selalu berkembang dari masa ke masa. Hingga saat ini, Universitas Mataram telah memiliki 9 fakultas dan program pascasarjana. Dengan 63 program studi pilihan, menjadikan Universitas Mataram sebagai salah satu pilihan terbaik bagi talenta-talenta luar biasa dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia. Di Universitas Mataram, lebih dari 32.000 mahasiswa menjalankan studinya. Gali sumber-sumber ilmu pengetahuan dan ditempa menjadi instan yang siap menghadapi tantangan global. Meluluskan puluhan ribu alumni yang tersebar ke seluruh Nusantara. Universitas Mataram turut berkontribusi dalam berbagai sektor pembangunan di Indonesia. Untuk mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan penelitian, Universitas Mataram telah membangun berbagai fasilitas penunjang yang terstandarisasi. Berkolaborasi dengan berbagai stakeholder dan dunia industri memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan khazanah pengetahuan yang lebih luas dengan kemampuan soft skill yang teruji. Didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang handal dan profesional, memungkinkan Universitas Mataram menghasilkan lulusan yang berwawasan global dan berprestasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Universitas Mataram juga mengajarkan untuk selalu berbagi, saling merangkul satu sama lain untuk menumbuhkan rasa saling memiliki. Dan kini saatnya menjadi bagian dari Universitas Mataram.
Selamat datang di Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram.
Penasaran tempatnya di mana? Lihat bareng yuk.
Program Studi Teknik Informatika atau yang disebut PSTI merupakan sebuah program studi di bawah naungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram berlokasi di Jalan Majapahit nomor 62 Gomong Selaparang, Mataram. PSTI memiliki 2 buah gedung, yaitu Gedung A dan Gedung D. Program Studi Teknik Informatika berlokasi di lantai 2 Gedung A, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram.
Oke, sekarang kita ada di lobi prodi. Fotoan yuk. Gitu. Oh iya, aku ada bimbingan skripsi sama dosen. Tungguin bareng yuk.
Di sini kalian bisa melihat hasil penelitian angka sedat kalian loh. Bisa jadi ini menginspirasi kalian. Butuh layanan administrasi secara offline? Yuk ke loket prodi.
Layanan sistem informasi akademik dapat diakses melalui laman sia.unram.ac.id menggunakan username dan password yang telah dimiliki. Layanan ini menyediakan informasi seperti biodata mahasiswa, nilai, KRS, KSP, pesan, jadwal, dan mata kuliah. Saat ini, PSTI bekerja sama dengan Microsoft, Kumamoto University, Seoul National University, dan Kominfo untuk memberikan kesempatan belajar dan menambah pengalaman bagi mahasiswa Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram. Seluruh ruang kelas di PSTI dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan, meja dan kursi, proyektor, serta akses internet.
Jadi di gedung D ini terdapat 4 lab, 3 lab riset, 1 lab praktikum. Yuk kita lihat.
PSTI memiliki 3 lab riset, yaitu lab sistem cerdas, lab komunikasi data dan sistem tertanam, serta lab sistem informasi enterprise. Seluruh lab dilengkapi dengan komputer yang memadai dan telah terhubung dengan jaringan internet. Dan juga telah dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan serta CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas mahasiswa.
Sekarang kita berada di salah satu lab riset. Jadi di sini kita bisa mengerjakan tugas akhir, diskusi, tugas kelompok, cari referensi jurnal dan sebagainya. Keren kan?
Kami tunggu di PSTI.
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation.
This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation.
Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers. As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation.
With determination to create the solution of the national challenges,
Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs.
it leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University.
School of Industrial Engineering is a faculty in Telkom University located at Telkom University Landmark Tower. School of Industrial Engineering is one of the first faculties in Telkom University. It was in 1990 with only one undergraduate program, Industrial Engineering Study Program. Today, there are 5 study programs, 3 and 2 postgraduate programs. The School of Industrial Engineering has a vision to become a research and entrepreneurial school, playing an active role in science development in the field of information technology-based industrial systems that contribute to national economic development. There are 3 undergraduate programs and 2 postgraduate programs in the School of Industrial Engineering: Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Bachelor of Information System with excellent accreditation respectively, and Bachelor of Digital Supply Chain with good accreditation. Postgraduate programs consist of Master of Industrial Engineering with a very good accreditation and Master of Information System with a good accreditation. With a conducive environment for studying, the School of Industrial Engineering provides facilities including lobby, classroom, laboratorium room, lecture room, studio, secretariat room, meeting room, vice dean room, and dean room. As mandated by the national regulations in Indonesia, the School of Industrial Engineering conducted 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, emphasizing 3 core activities covering teaching, research. Currently, there are 13 research groups. And community service. The School of Industrial Engineering collaborates with various international universities to increase the faculty members' competitiveness through programs such as The School of Industrial Engineering has received numerous awards institutionally and nationally. Further information on the School of Industrial Engineering is available on the website and social media.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah bagian dari Universitas Telkom yang dimulai sejak tahun 1990 sebagai fase pertama dengan nama MBA Bandung. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis hadir untuk menjawab segenap tantangan yang muncul dari perkembangan teknologi digital dengan merumuskan konsep Education 4.0 yang akan menjawab tuntutan dari industri 4.0, mengeksploitasi teknologi digital, dan mendukung terciptanya collaborative learning serta lifelong learning. Saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu Program Studi S1 Manajemen Bisnis Telekomunikasi dan Informatika, yang kedua Program Studi S1 Akuntansi, dan yang ketiga adalah Program Studi S2 Magister Manajemen, yang semuanya telah memperoleh akreditasi A dari BAN PT, serta telah memperoleh akreditasi internasional. Visi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berstandar internasional pada tahun 2023 melalui penelitian dan pengembangan secara kreatif ekosistem kewirausahaan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital. Sedangkan misi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah yang pertama, menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital yang berstandar internasional. Yang kedua, melakukan kajian dan penelitian dalam rangka pengembangan dan penyebaran ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berbasis digital kepada masyarakat. Yang ketiga, memanfaatkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital bagi pelayanan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kolaborasi yang kreatif dan inovatif antara akademisi, pemerintah, industri, media, dan komunitas. Melalui tahapan dari mulai exploiting international research excellence hingga membangun ekosistem kewirausahaan, maka di tahun 2023 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis akan mengukuhkan diri sebagai Research and Entrepreneurial School of Economic and Business. Dengan tagline kami, Preparing the Digital Business Leaders, dengan tetap secara konsisten melaksanakan nilai-nilai FEB sekaligus Telkom University, yaitu Harmony, Excellence, dan Integrity.
Lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menerapkan pembelajaran campuran atau blended learning yang memungkinkan mahasiswa belajar selain melalui kehadiran fisik, tetapi juga melalui konten dan petunjuk yang disampaikan secara daring dengan kendali mandiri terhadap waktu, tempat, urutan, maupun kecepatan belajar. Untuk pembelajaran daring, baik yang bersifat sinkronus maupun asinkronus, diselenggarakan dengan pemanfaatan LMS yang dinamakan CELOE atau Center of E-Learning and Open Education. Manajemen administrasi perkuliahan serta akademik sudah sepenuhnya menggunakan sistem akademik terintegrasi yang dinamakan Icadeis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai universitas di dunia. Di antaranya yang telah menjadi partner adalah Wusong University, Hull University, dan Monash University. Kerjasama ini dilakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik di FEB melalui program exchange, summer school, dan joint degree bagi mahasiswa. Sebagai perwujudan program internasionalisasi, FEB memiliki kelas internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai negara. Mahasiswa asing tersebut berasal dari Thailand, Malaysia, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Timor Leste, Korea, dan negara lainnya. Di lingkungan Telkom University, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis termasuk ke dalam fakultas dengan jumlah peminat mahasiswa baru yang cukup tinggi. Namun, jumlah peminat yang tinggi ini juga selalu disesuaikan dengan kualitas intake, sehingga jumlah mahasiswa baru dapat dipertahankan sesuai dengan standar kualitas di FEB. Sampai dengan semester genap 2019-2020, jumlah mahasiswa aktif di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah sebesar 3.828 mahasiswa, dengan rincian prodi akuntansi sebanyak 1.292, program studi MBTI 2.322, dan program studi MM sebanyak 214 mahasiswa.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University memiliki 110 dosen yang terbagi pada 3 prodi, akuntansi, MBTI, dan magister manajemen. Banyak dosen yang memiliki prestasi di tingkat nasional ataupun internasional, baik sebagai peneliti maupun sebagai pembicara. Fasilitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, ada 2 kampus yang kita miliki, di Geger Kalong untuk program magister dan di Dayakolot untuk MBTI dan akuntansi. Seperti pada umumnya kampus, maka kita juga memiliki fasilitas ruang dosen, ruang kelas, ruang rapat, aula, baik di kampus Dayakolot maupun Geger Kalong. Sedangkan di kampus selatan, fasilitas yang tersedia adalah student lounge yang bisa dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, berdiskusi, mengerjakan tugas, ataupun pekerjaan kelompok lainnya. Selain itu, kita juga memiliki ruang creativity space yang digunakan mahasiswa dalam mengekspresikan bakat atau kemampuan mereka. Di kampus selatan, kita juga memiliki GRID Entrepreneur Hub, yaitu sebuah ekosistem pengembangan wirausahawan baru di lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University yang selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Mahasiswa kita termasuk aktif mengikuti lomba-lomba baik yang bersifat akademik maupun non-akademik, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Menjadi narasumber pada kegiatan nasional seperti Digital Innovation Lounge dan Early Investor, juara 2 pada Paterna Entrepreneurship dan Startup Weekend Indonesia. Untuk kegiatan non-akademik, misal menjadi juara 1 pada Japanzuki Show 14 untuk kategori musik brand. Yang lainnya menjadi quarter finalis speech pada Asian English Olympics Broaden Your Horizon. Prestasi yang sudah diraih oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, diantaranya penganugerahan pelayanan terbaik 2019 oleh Kanwil DJP Jabar 1. Selain itu, dosen juga turut mendapatkan penghargaan di dunia internasional dengan memenangkan Award for Excellence dari Emerald Publishing UK di tahun 2019, anugerah Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Maldives pada International Conference di Juli 2019, sedangkan Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Penang, Malaysia pada Desember 2019. Terkait dengan pendanaan riset, kita juga mendapat dana dari pihak eksternal seperti Ristek Dikti, OJK Institute, dan Kemitraan Telkom.
Kelompok keahlian merupakan pengelompokan dosen berdasarkan peminatan dan keahlian dari dosen terkait bidang keilmuan. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis terdapat 3 kelompok keahlian. Yang pertama, KK ICT Based Management atau IBM. Yang kedua, KK Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics atau SEE. Dan yang ketiga, KK Finance and Accounting Studies atau FAS. KK IBM memiliki 2 sub KK, yaitu sub KK Marketing and Consumer Studies dan sub KK Operation and ICT Management yang dibantu oleh 2 orang sekretaris dan bendahara. Member-member sub KK MCS ada 12 orang. Member-member sub KK OIM di bidang operation ada 7 orang. Member-member sub KK OIM di ICT ada 11 orang.
Kelompok keahlian strategi entrepreneurship and economics beranggotakan 33 orang dosen dan peneliti. Kakak SEE menaungi 4 sub kelompok keahlian. Pertama, kelompok keahlian Strategic Management and Decision Making. Kedua, sub kelompok keahlian Startup and Small Business Development. Ketiga, sub kelompok keahlian Economics and Policy Study. Keempat, sub kelompok keahlian Human Capital and Talent Development.
Kelompok keahlian Finance and Accounting Studies atau KKFAS memiliki 2 sub kelompok keahlian, yaitu Financial Market Studies dan Accounting Studies. Saat ini KKFAS memiliki 17 orang dosen pada sub KK Financial Market Studies dan 27 orang dosen pada sub KK Accounting Studies.
Mengikuti pendidikan S2 di FEB Telkom University merupakan salah satu milestone dalam kehidupan saya. Terus terang saya sangat terbantu dengan sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh yang diperkenalkan oleh FEB Telkom University. Sistem ini sangat membantu saya karena memang saya berada jauh di luar kota, saya berada di Semarang, dan dengan mobilitas yang sangat tinggi. Sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh ini sekarang menjadi suatu keniscayaan yang dipakai oleh hampir semua perguruan tinggi dalam kondisi pandemi COVID-19. Tuntutan industri dan bisnis menuntut kematangan dalam pengetahuan, dan ini banyak saya dapatkan selama perkuliahan di FEB Telkom University. Terima kasih atas semua ilmu yang diberikan kepada semua dosen-dosen yang sangat kompeten dan profesional di bidangnya.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Bella Putri. Saat ini saya bekerja di PT Garuda Indonesia dan sedang ditugaskan di salah satu anak perusahaan namanya Aeroglobe Indonesia. Nah, untuk pengalaman berharga selama saya berkuliah di Universitas Telkom atau Telkom University, salah satunya adalah dosen-dosen di sana banyaknya juga dari praktisi ya, jadi banyak ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat saat di dunia kerja dan juga kesempatan saat mengikuti program-program di luar mata kuliah, misalnya seperti perwira mandiri dan sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Mas Ritya Azhar Susatyo. Pada saat saya kuliah dulu, saya selalu cerita kepada dosen saya bahwa mimpi saya adalah menjadi seorang anggota DPR. Alhamdulillah sekarang sudah satu tingkat mimpi saya raih. Jadi sekarang saya anggota DPRD DKI Jakarta. Dan saya harap kedepannya para lulusan-lulusan yang sekarang namanya Universitas Telkom bisa melahirkan pemimpin-pemimpin di masa depan nanti.
Selamat bergabung dengan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Telkom dan jadilah the next digital business leader. Diatism, harmony, excellence, integrity.
Advanced and Creative Network Research Center or ICT is one of the research centers under the auspices of Telkom University.
Sebagai salah satu research center di Telkom University, Research Center Icondbtm akan sepenuhnya mendukung rencana strategis dari Universitas Telkom dengan fokus pada area riset pengembangan teknologi Smart Precision Agriculture pada 3 tahun ke depan.
The RC Icondbtm research team consists the researchers who are representative of various expert groups at Telkom University. carried out by Icades has a specificity, namely in the area of smart precision agriculture for the purpose of national food security. RC Research Achievement include obtaining management funds from the Ministry of Education and Culture, RISPO Invitational LPDP, Matching Fund Kedai Reka, Print Ministry of Research and Technology, Applied Research of Higher Education, Basic Research, and External Research Industry Partnerships. Every year, Icades consistently conducts research so that it receives various funding both from internal and external sources of the university. Several partners who have worked with Icades
Lahir di bumi seribu masjid, Universitas Mataram menyajikan pengalaman menempuh pendidikan yang tak terbatas. Nuansa religius dan hamparan pesona alam yang menakjubkan. Sejak tanggal 1 Oktober 1962, Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Republik Indonesia mengesahkan pendirian Universitas Negeri di Mataram. Hadir sebagai solusi pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang berintelektualitas tinggi di Nusa Tenggara Barat, Universitas Mataram selalu berkembang dari masa ke masa. Hingga saat ini, Universitas Mataram telah memiliki 9 fakultas dan program pascasarjana. Dengan 63 program studi pilihan, menjadikan Universitas Mataram sebagai salah satu pilihan terbaik bagi talenta-talenta luar biasa dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia. Di Universitas Mataram, lebih dari 32.000 mahasiswa menjalankan studinya, gali sumber-sumber ilmu pengetahuan, dan ditempa menjadi instan yang siap menghadapi tantangan global. Meluluskan puluhan ribu alumni yang tersebar ke seluruh Nusantara. Universitas Mataram turut berkontribusi dalam berbagai sektor pembangunan di Indonesia. Untuk mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan penelitian, Universitas Mataram telah membangun berbagai fasilitas penunjang yang terstandarisasi. Berkolaborasi dengan berbagai stakeholder dan dunia industri memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan khazanah pengetahuan yang lebih luas dengan kemampuan soft skill yang teruji. Didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang handal dan profesional, memungkinkan Universitas Mataram menghasilkan lulusan yang berwawasan global dan berprestasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Universitas Mataram juga mengajarkan untuk selalu berbagi, saling merangkul satu sama lain untuk menumbuhkan rasa saling memiliki. Dan kini saatnya menjadi bagian dari Universitas Mataram.
Selamat datang di Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram.
Penasaran tempatnya di mana? Yuk lihat bareng yuk.
Program Studi Teknik Informatika atau yang disebut PSTI merupakan sebuah program studi di bawah naungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram berlokasi di Jalan Majapahit nomor 62 Gomong Selaparang, Mataram. PSTI memiliki dua buah gedung, yaitu Gedung A dan Gedung D. Program Studi Teknik Informatika berlokasi di lantai 2 Gedung A, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram.
Oke, sekarang kita ada di lobi prodi. Fotoan yuk. Gitu. Oh iya, aku ada bimbingan skripsi sama dosen. Tungguin bareng yuk.
Di sini kalian bisa melihat hasil penelitian angkatan kalian loh. Bisa jadi ini menginspirasi kalian. Butuh layanan administrasi secara offline? Yuk ke loket prodi.
Layanan sistem informasi akademik dapat diakses melalui laman sia.unram.ac.id menggunakan username dan password yang telah dimiliki. Layanan ini menyediakan informasi seperti biodata mahasiswa, nilai, KRS, KSP, pesan, jadwal, dan mata kuliah. Saat ini, PSTI bekerja sama dengan Microsoft, Kumamoto University, Seoul National University, dan Kominfo untuk memberikan kesempatan belajar dan menambah pengalaman bagi mahasiswa Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram. Seluruh ruang kelas di PSTI dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan, meja dan kursi, proyektor, serta akses internet.
Jadi di gedung D ini terdapat 4 lab, 3 lab riset, 1 lab praktikum. Yuk kita lihat.
PSTI memiliki 3 lab riset, yaitu lab sistem cerdas, lab komunikasi data dan sistem tertanam, serta lab sistem informasi enterprise. Seluruh lab dilengkapi dengan komputer yang memadai dan telah terhubung dengan jaringan internet. Dan juga telah dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan serta CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas mahasiswa.
Sekarang kita berada di salah satu lab riset. Jadi di sini kita bisa mengerjakan tugas akhir, diskusi, tugas kelompok, cari referensi jurnal dan sebagainya. Keren kan? Kami tunggu di PSTI.
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation.
This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation. Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers.
As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation.
With determination to create the solution of the national challenges, Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs.
It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University. School of Industrial Engineering is a faculty in Telkom University located at Telkom University Landmark Tower. School of Industrial Engineering is one of the first faculties in Telkom University. It was in 1990 with only one undergraduate program, Industrial Engineering Study Program. Today, there are 5 study programs, 3 and 2 postgraduate programs. The School of Industrial Engineering has a vision to become a research and entrepreneurial school, playing an active role in science development in the field of information technology-based industrial systems that contribute to national economic development. There are 3 undergraduate programs and 2 postgraduate programs in the School of Industrial Engineering: Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Bachelor of Information System with excellent accreditation respectively, and Bachelor of Digital Supply Chain with good accreditation.
Postgraduate programs consist of Master of Industrial Engineering with a very good accreditation and Master of Information System with a good accreditation. With a conducive environment for studying, the School of Industrial Engineering provides facilities including lobby, classroom, laboratorium room, lecture room, studio, secretariat room, meeting room, vice dean room, and dean room. As mandated by the national regulations in Indonesia, the School of Industrial Engineering conducted Tridharma perguruan tinggi, emphasizing 3 core activities covering teaching, research. Currently, there are 13 research groups. And community service. The School of Industrial Engineering collaborates with various international universities to increase the faculty members' competitiveness through programs such as The School of Industrial Engineering has received numerous awards institutionally and nationally. Further information on the School of Industrial Engineering is available on the website and social media.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah bagian dari Universitas Telkom yang dimulai sejak tahun 1990 sebagai fase pertama dengan nama MBA Bandung. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis hadir untuk menjawab segenap tantangan yang muncul dari perkembangan teknologi digital dengan merumuskan konsep Education 4.0 yang akan menjawab tuntutan dari industri 4.0, mengeksploitasi teknologi digital, dan mendukung terciptanya collaborative learning serta lifelong learning. Saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu Program Studi S1 Manajemen Bisnis Telekomunikasi dan Informatika, yang kedua Program Studi S1 Akuntansi, dan yang ketiga adalah Program Studi S2 Magister Manajemen, yang semuanya telah memperoleh akreditasi A dari BAN PT, serta telah memperoleh akreditasi internasional. Visi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berstandar internasional pada tahun 2023 melalui penelitian dan pengembangan secara kreatif ekosistem kewirausahaan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital. Sedangkan misi dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah yang pertama, menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital yang berstandar internasional. Yang kedua, melakukan kajian dan penelitian dalam rangka pengembangan dan penyebaran ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang berbasis digital kepada masyarakat. Yang ketiga, memanfaatkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam bidang ekonomi dan bisnis berbasis digital bagi pelayanan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kolaborasi yang kreatif dan inovatif antara akademisi, pemerintah, industri, media, dan komunitas. Melalui tahapan dari mulai exploiting international research excellence hingga membangun ekosistem kewirausahaan, maka di tahun 2023 Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis akan mengukuhkan diri sebagai Research and Entrepreneurial School of Economic and Business. Dengan tagline kami, Preparing the Digital Business Leaders, dengan tetap secara konsisten melaksanakan nilai-nilai FEB sekaligus Telkom University, yaitu harmoni, excellence, dan integrity.
Lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menerapkan pembelajaran campuran atau blended learning yang memungkinkan mahasiswa belajar selain melalui kehadiran fisik, tetapi juga melalui konten dan petunjuk yang disampaikan secara daring dengan kendali mandiri terhadap waktu, tempat, urutan, maupun kecepatan belajar. Untuk pembelajaran daring, baik yang bersifat sinkronus maupun asinkronus, diselenggarakan dengan pemanfaatan LMS yang dinamakan CELOE atau Center of E-Learning and Open Education. Manajemen administrasi perkuliahan serta akademik sudah sepenuhnya menggunakan sistem akademik terintegrasi yang dinamakan Icadeis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai universitas di dunia. Di antaranya yang telah menjadi partner adalah Wusong University, Hull University, dan Monash University. Kerjasama ini dilakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademik di FEB melalui program exchange, summer school, dan joint degree bagi mahasiswa. Sebagai perwujudan program internasionalisasi, FEB memiliki kelas internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa asing yang berasal dari berbagai negara. Mahasiswa asing tersebut berasal dari Thailand, Malaysia, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Timor Leste, Korea, dan negara lainnya. Di lingkungan Telkom University, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis termasuk ke dalam fakultas dengan jumlah peminat mahasiswa baru yang cukup tinggi. Namun, jumlah peminat yang tinggi ini juga selalu disesuaikan dengan kualitas intake, sehingga jumlah mahasiswa baru dapat dipertahankan sesuai dengan standar kualitas di FEB. Sampai dengan semester genap 2019-2020, jumlah mahasiswa aktif di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah sebesar 3.828 mahasiswa, dengan rincian prodi akuntansi sebanyak 1.292, program studi MBTI 2.322, dan program studi MM sebanyak 214 mahasiswa.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University memiliki 110 dosen yang terbagi pada 3 prodi, akuntansi, MBTI, dan Magister Manajemen. Banyak dosen yang memiliki prestasi di tingkat nasional ataupun internasional, baik sebagai peneliti maupun sebagai pembicara. Fasilitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, ada 2 kampus yang kita miliki, di Geger Kalong untuk program Magister dan di Dayakolot untuk MBTI dan akuntansi. Seperti pada umumnya kampus, maka kita juga memiliki fasilitas ruang dosen, ruang kelas, ruang rapat, aula, baik di kampus Dayakolot maupun Geger Kalong. Sedangkan di kampus selatan, fasilitas yang tersedia adalah student lounge yang bisa dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, berdiskusi, mengerjakan tugas, ataupun pekerjaan kelompok lainnya. Selain itu, kita juga memiliki ruang creativity space yang digunakan mahasiswa dalam mengekspresikan bakat atau kemampuan mereka. Di kampus selatan, kita juga memiliki grid Entrepreneur Hub, yaitu sebuah ekosistem pengembangan wirausahawan baru di lingkungan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Telkom University yang selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Mahasiswa kita termasuk aktif mengikuti lomba-lomba baik yang bersifat akademik maupun non-akademik, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Menjadi narasumber pada kegiatan nasional seperti Digital Innovation Launch dan Early Investor, juara 2 pada Paterna Entrepreneurship dan Startup Weekend Indonesia. Untuk kegiatan non-akademik, misal menjadi juara 1 pada Japansuki Show 14 untuk kategori musik brand. Yang lainnya menjadi quarter finalist speech pada Asian English Olympics Broaden Your Horizon. Prestasi yang sudah diraih oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, diantaranya penganugerahan pelayanan terbaik 2019 oleh Kanwil DJP Jabar 1. Selain itu, dosen juga turut mendapatkan penghargaan di dunia internasional dengan memenangkan Award for Excellence dari Emerald Publishing UK di tahun 2019, anugerah Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Maldives pada International Conference di Juli 2019, sedangkan Recognition of Outstanding Contribution di Penang, Malaysia pada Desember 2019. Terkait dengan pendanaan riset, kita juga mendapat dana dari pihak eksternal seperti Ristek Dikti, OJK Institute, dan Kemitraan Telkom.
Kelompok keahlian merupakan pengelompokan dosen berdasarkan peminatan dan keahlian dari dosen terkait bidang keilmuan. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis terdapat 3 kelompok keahlian. Yang pertama, KK ICT Based Management atau IBM. Yang kedua, KK Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics atau SEE. Dan yang ketiga, KK Finance and Accounting Studies atau FAS. KK IBM memiliki 2 sub-KK, yaitu sub-KK Marketing and Consumer Studies dan sub-KK Operation and ICT Management yang dibantu oleh 2 orang sekretaris dan bendahara. Member-member sub-KK MTS ada 12 orang. Member-member sub-KK OIM di bidang operation ada 7 orang. Member-member sub-KK OIM di ICT ada 11 orang.
Kelompok keahlian Strategi Entrepreneurship and Economics beranggotakan 33 orang dosen dan peneliti. KK SEE menaungi 4 sub kelompok keahlian. Pertama, kelompok keahlian Strategic Management and Decision Making. Kedua, sub kelompok keahlian Startup and Small Business Development. Ketiga, sub kelompok keahlian Economics and Policy Study. Keempat, sub kelompok keahlian Human Capital and Talent Development.
Kelompok keahlian Finance and Accounting Studies atau KKFAS memiliki 2 sub kelompok keahlian, yaitu Financial Market Studies dan Accounting Studies. Saat ini KKFAS memiliki 17 orang dosen pada sub KK Financial Market Studies dan 27 orang dosen pada sub KK Accounting Studies.
Mengikuti pendidikan S2 di FEB Telkom University merupakan salah satu milestone dalam kehidupan saya. Terus terang saya sangat terbantu dengan sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh yang diperkenalkan oleh FEB Telkom University. Sistem ini sangat membantu saya karena memang saya berada jauh di luar kota, saya berada di Semarang, dan dengan mobilitas yang sangat tinggi. Sistem pembelajaran jarak jauh ini sekarang menjadi suatu keniscayaan yang dipakai oleh hampir semua perguruan tinggi dalam kondisi pandemi COVID-19. Tuntutan industri dan bisnis menuntut kematangan dalam pengetahuan, dan ini banyak saya dapatkan selama perkuliahan di FEB Telkom University. Terima kasih atas semua ilmu yang diberikan kepada semua dosen-dosen yang sangat kompeten dan profesional di bidangnya.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Bella Putri. Saat ini saya bekerja di PT Garuda Indonesia dan sedang ditugaskan di salah satu anak perusahaan namanya Aeroglobe Indonesia. Nah, untuk pengalaman berharga selama saya berkuliah di Universitas Telkom atau Telkom University, salah satunya adalah dosen-dosen di sana banyaknya juga dari praktisi ya, jadi banyak ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat saat di dunia kerja dan juga kesempatan saat mengikuti program-program di luar mata kuliah, misalnya seperti perwira mandiri dan sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Mas Ridha Azhar Susatyo. Pada saat saya kuliah dulu, saya selalu cerita kepada dosen saya bahwa mimpi saya adalah menjadi seorang anggota DPR. Alhamdulillah sekarang sudah satu tingkat mimpi saya raih. Jadi sekarang saya anggota DPRD DKI Jakarta. Dan saya harap kedepannya para lulusan-lulusan yang sekarang namanya Universitas Telkom bisa melahirkan pemimpin-pemimpin di masa depan nanti.
Selamat bergabung dengan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Telkom dan jadilah the next digital business leader. Diatism, harmony, excellence, integrity.
Advanced and Creative Network Research Center, or ICT is one of the research centers under the auspices of Telkom University.
Sebagai salah satu research center di Telkom University, Research Center Icondbtm akan sepenuhnya mendukung rencana strategis dari Universitas Telkom dengan fokus pada area riset pengembangan teknologi Smart Precision Agriculture pada 3 tahun ke depan.
The RC@CNET research team consists the researchers who are representative of various expert groups at Telkom University. The research carried out by RC@CNET has a specificity, namely in the area of smart precision agriculture for the purpose of national food security. RC Research Achievement include obtaining management funds from the Ministry of Education and Culture, RISPO Invitational LPDP, Matching Fund Kedai Reka, Print Ministry of Research and Technology, Applied Research of Higher Education, Basic Research, and External Research Industry Partnerships. Every year, RC@CNET consistently conducts research so that it receives various funding both from internal and external sources of the university. Several partners who have worked with RC@CNET
Lahir di bumi seribu masjid, Universitas Mataram menyajikan pengalaman menempuh pendidikan yang tak terbatas. Nuansa religius dan hamparan pesona alam yang menakjubkan. Sejak tanggal 1 Oktober 1962, Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Republik Indonesia mengesahkan pendirian Universitas Negeri di Mataram. Hadir sebagai solusi pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang berintelektualitas tinggi di Nusa Tenggara Barat, Universitas Mataram selalu berkembang dari masa ke masa. Hingga saat ini, Universitas Mataram telah memiliki 9 fakultas dan program pascasarjana. Dengan 63 program studi pilihan, menjadikan Universitas Mataram sebagai salah satu pilihan terbaik bagi talenta-talenta luar biasa dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia. Di Universitas Mataram, lebih dari 32.000 mahasiswa menjalankan studinya, gali sumber-sumber ilmu pengetahuan, dan ditempa menjadi instan yang siap menghadapi tantangan global. Meluluskan puluhan ribu alumni yang tersebar ke seluruh Nusantara. Universitas Mataram turut berkontribusi dalam berbagai sektor pembangunan di Indonesia. Untuk mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan penelitian, Universitas Mataram telah membangun berbagai fasilitas penunjang yang terstandarisasi. Berkolaborasi dengan berbagai stakeholder dan dunia industri memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan khazanah pengetahuan yang lebih luas dengan kemampuan soft skill yang teruji. Didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang handal dan profesional, memungkinkan Universitas Mataram menghasilkan lulusan yang berwawasan global dan berprestasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Universitas Mataram juga mengajarkan untuk selalu berbagi, saling merangkul satu sama lain untuk menumbuhkan rasa saling memiliki. Dan kini saatnya menjadi bagian dari Universitas Mataram.
Selamat datang di Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram.
Penasaran tempatnya di mana? Yuk lihat bareng yuk.
Program Studi Teknik Informatika atau yang disebut PSTI merupakan sebuah program studi di bawah naungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram berlokasi di Jalan Majapahit nomor 62 Gomong Selaparang, Mataram. PSTI memiliki 2 buah gedung, yaitu Gedung A dan Gedung D. Program Studi Teknik Informatika berlokasi di lantai 2 Gedung A, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Mataram.
Oke, sekarang kita ada di lobi prodi. Fotoan yuk. Gitu. Oh iya, aku ada bimbingan skripsi sama dosen. Tungguin bareng yuk.
Di sini kalian bisa melihat hasil penelitian angka sedat kalian loh. Bisa jadi ini menginspirasi kalian. Butuh layanan administrasi secara offline? Yuk ke loket prodi.
Layanan sistem informasi akademik dapat diakses melalui laman sia.unram.ac.id menggunakan username dan password yang telah dimiliki. Layanan ini menyediakan informasi seperti biodata mahasiswa, nilai, KRS, KSP, pesan, jadwal, dan mata kuliah. Saat ini, PSTI bekerja sama dengan Microsoft, Kumamoto University, Seoul National University, dan Kominfo untuk memberikan kesempatan belajar dan menambah pengalaman bagi mahasiswa Teknik Informatika Universitas Mataram. Seluruh ruang kelas di PSTI dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan, meja dan kursi, proyektor, serta akses internet.
Jadi di gedung D ini terdapat 4 lab, 3 lab riset, 1 lab praktikum. Yuk kita lihat.
PSTI memiliki 3 lab riset, yaitu lab sistem cerdas, lab komunikasi data dan sistem tertanam, serta lab sistem informasi enterprise. Seluruh lab dilengkapi dengan komputer yang memadai dan telah terhubung dengan jaringan internet. Dan juga telah dilengkapi dengan pendingin ruangan serta CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas mahasiswa.
Sekarang kita berada di salah satu lab riset. Jadi di sini kita bisa mengerjakan tugas akhir, diskusi, tugas kelompok, cari referensi jurnal dan sebagainya. Keren kan? Kami tunggu di PSTI.
Telkom University, a diverse institution. An institution that is continually conducting research and producing innovation for the national development. A campus that has a mission to contribute to the nation.
This is Telkom University, the best private university in Indonesia, founded with spirit to contribute to the nation.
Our dream to contribute to the nation was started in a 50 hectares campus area laid on Bumi Pasundan, West Java. A place for collaboration and innovation to become a research and entrepreneurial university that actively involves in ICT-based advancement of technology, science, and art. On this campus, students from Indonesia's 34 provinces and international students from countries around the world are enthusiastically participate on research and innovation. Telkom University is also known for its teaching, learning, and research excellence that support Telkom University to produce competent graduates who work globally in more than 30 countries. Moreover, Telkom University also has numerous partnership programs with industries that help students and graduates accelerate their careers.
As an excellent ICT-based campus that won SPADA Award, National Award on E-Learning Program, Telkom University continually innovates to adapt to the current challenging situation. With determination to create the solution of the national challenges,
Telkom University performs research and learning activities through its 7 schools and more than 40 study programs.
It leads to several innovations that support the science development. The innovations were supported by 5 research centers, 31 research groups, and startup incubation by Bandung Technopark. All of the research and innovation achievements have led to the status of Best University on Innovation Management Award, awarded by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Besides research programs, Telkom University also manages several community service programs towards the real contribution to the nation. As a campus with the objective to contribute to the nation, Telkom University is the first campus that declares Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, a policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As the best private university according to UI Green Metric 2021, Telkom University has a commitment to always maintain the natural ecosystem in the campus area to be a sustainable campus. It also affects the learning environment where students and lecturers enjoy the comfortable atmosphere. We believe that all of Telkom University achievements, both national and global, could be acquired through the hard work and collaboration of all Telkom University stakeholders.
Telkom University berkomitmen menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas dan riset serta inovasi yang bermanfaat untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Telkom University contribute to the nation.
Together, contribute to the nation in Telkom University.
School of Industrial Engineering is a faculty in Telkom University located at Telkom University Landmark Tower. School of Industrial Engineering is one of the first faculties in Telkom University. It was in 1990 with only one undergraduate program, Industrial Engineering Study Program. Today, there are 5 study programs, 3 and 2 postgraduate programs. The School of Industrial Engineering has a vision to become a research and entrepreneurial school, playing an active role in science development in the field of information technology-based industrial system that contribute to national economic development. There are 3 undergraduate programs and 2 postgraduate programs in the School of Industrial Engineering: Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Bachelor of Information System with excellent accreditation respectively, and Bachelor of Digital Supply Chain with good accreditation. Postgraduate programs consist of Master of Industrial Engineering with a very good accreditation and Master of Information System with a good accreditation. With a conducive environment for studying, the School of Industrial Engineering provides facilities including lobby, classroom, laboratorium room, lecture room, studio, secretariat room, meeting room, vice dean room, and dean room. As mandated by the national regulations in Indonesia, the School of Industrial Engineering conducted 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, emphasizing 3 core activities covering teaching, research. Currently, there are 13 research groups. And community service. The School of Industrial Engineering collaborates with various international universities to increase the faculty members' competitiveness through programs such as
your presentation. We hope you guys have a great time and already recharge your energy to enter our next agenda, which is the announcement for the best paper and the best presenter.
Our next agenda will be the announcement for the best paper from Icondbtm and best presenter from Icadeis.
The winner of the best presenter for Icadeis 2023 will be announced by Mr. Dr. Purbadaru Kusuma. Time and place are yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will announce the best presenter of Icadeis, and the best presenter from of Icadeis will be given to Janong Lee. Congratulations, Mr. Janong Lee, as the best presenter of Icadeis.
Yeah, congratulations to Janong Lee for winning the best presenter for Icadeis 2023. And the next announcement will be announced by my partner.
Okay, now for the best paper for Icondbtm will be announced by Dr. Maria Apsari Sugiat SAMM. Please come to the stage.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you so much for all the author and also for the presenter today. So we have 34 presenter from 14 countries, and we are confused which paper is the best. But finally, after presentation and after we see the paper, we have the best paper for Icondbtm 2023. It's going to be for development of smart water dispenser system for daily hydration monitoring and analysis. So congratulations for Febrian Yapsen, Felix Octaviano, Davian Jonathan, Jerry Junior Kurniawan, Brian Reynald, Johan Muladi, and also Anissa Istiqomah Arohmah. Congratulations, and yeah, I hope this best paper can be more to make you more confident next time. Thank you.
Congratulations to the mentioned winner for the best paper for Icondbtm 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to our final agenda, the closing conference by Dean of School of Industrial Engineering and Dean of School of Economics and Business, to Dr. Irfan Darmawan, MT, the Dean of School of Industrial Engineering. Time and place are yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of Telkom University and also as the representative of Telkom University and also as the name of Pak Irfan Darmawan, yeah. So at this moment, almost we are in the last session of this conference, Icadeis and also Icondbtm 2023. So at this moment, I want to say thank you so much for all the contributor, yeah, all party in this joint conference. For the first, I want to say thank you so much for the chairwoman of Icondbtm 2023 and team, and also the chairman of Icadeis 2023 and team, and you are as the great team. So I really appreciate for that. Yeah. And also for our main partner, university partner, Universitas Mataram, thank you so much for your service, for your effort, and also your hospitality. So we cannot waiting for the next conference, yeah, for the 2024. And also for the all speaker, yeah, Professor Marin Jansen from the Delft, Netherlands, and Professor Menu Purana from Chitkara University, Associate Professor Dr. Khairil Imran, and also for Professor Asis Chandra, and then Dr. Sandir Sarma is also from Chitkara University, Professor Muhammad Sahir from UTP, Malaysia, Dr. Zainal Arifin as the delegation of Aperti BUMN and also the lecturer of Institute Technology PLN, Dr. Sarina Mohnurdin as Associate Professor of UTP, Dr. Dian Indiati, and also for our Rector, Professor Adi Wijaya, and all Vice Rector, Dr. Dadan, Dr. Henry, and then Dr. Dida, and also Dr. Rina. And also for the party that already contributed the successful of this conference. So see you for the next conference in 2024. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the closing speech. Now that we have finished our last agenda for today's conference, Icondbtm and Icadeis 2023, as your master of ceremony, we do apologize from the deepest of our hearts if during this event we've mispronounced your name, title, or your institution's name. Rest assured, the mistakes were done unconsciously.
Thank you for joining us.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.